Chapter 1229. Walking in a place full of chaotic and expired energy was a very exciting thing. She did not know if the golden lightning around her would suddenly go berserk, or if it would suddenly explode with some kind of destructive power and hit her head or something. She only saw Yun Nuashing and the little angel walking in this somewhat dilapidated passage, strolling leisurely. As the two of them approached, the flashing golden lightning around them constantly extinguished, as if the flames had encountered a constantly spreading cold air and gradually extinguished. As for herself, she did not have such good self-control. After all, walking in this place looked abnormally dangerous. Her heart was about to break through the limit, and her rapid breathing made her nose and chest feel a little stuffy and numb. She looked around nervously, and her footsteps were almost imprinted on the place Yun Nuashing and the others had walked, for fear that a small wrong step would cause some kind of energy explosion. She nervously wiped the sweat on her forehead. A few meters away, the golden lightning suddenly crackled, scaring Qing Lei half out of her wits. She hurriedly moved closer to Yun Nuashing and the others. "You don't have to be so nervous." Yun Nuashing stopped and looked back at the little girl, who was so frightened that she almost threw herself on his back. He shook his head helplessly and stretched out his hand to grab her arm without any explanation. As he walked forward, he said, "If you are really worried, try to stay as close to us as possible. Beside us is the safest place." This sentence made Qing Lei feel a little safer. The person walking in front of her did give her a sense of security, especially when she thought about what he had done in the past 1 or 2 hours. If she ignored the many illogical and unreasonable phenomena, the scene was not only strange, but also very reassuring. It was as if a powerful bodyguard who could overturn the whole world suddenly appeared beside her. The structure of the shaft at the bottom was basically the same as the horizontal shaft. There were runes and charms all over the shaft wall that were used to guide energy, and there were energy crystals hidden under the shaft wall. The only difference was the latter. The energy crystals here were not grayish-white and lusterless. Instead, they contained energy and a faint golden color. The wall made of energy crystals was also damaged in some places because the wall had existed for too long and aged. It could no longer restrain the energy and caused a small explosion inside the wall. There were some small holes in the shaft wall that could be seen now. The energy that had not been blown up in one go was leaking out from those holes, forming golden energy, lightning. The longest lightning bolt was a little more than a meter, and the shortest one was only the length of a finger. However, even this little bit of energy was enough to seriously injure an ordinary person. This was also the reason why Qing Lei walked in fear. Perhaps in her opinion, this dark tunnel with flashing golden lightning was similar to the road to hell. To be fair, no normal person would walk into such a tunnel filled with dangerous energy. If they did not understand the relationship between the two, they would only think it was a fluke. After a short walk, they would shudder and run for their lives. Qing Lei did not know how the golden lightning formed and why it disappeared. She only felt that it might have something to do with the two in front of her. Originally, as an experienced explorer, she should not continue to walk on such an unreasonable thing as normal. However, the two did give her a sense of security and indirectly gave her a lot of courage. Only then did she muster up the courage to follow them deeper. Qing Lei had a strange feeling in her heart. This might be a rare opportunity. If she timidly suggested to turn back now, they might really turn back. But then she might miss something. Anyway, she braced herself and followed them down. When she passed through a gap in the shaft wall, she glanced inside and saw that the energy crystals below were still glowing with a faint golden color, flowing slowly like water. This was a sign that the energy had not disappeared. In other words, it was not that the energy had disappeared, but the golden lightning had disappeared into thin air. Perhaps it was suppressed by something. If we keep walking along here, where do you think we will end up? Yun Nuashing suddenly said. Her voice echoed faintly in the hollow well, and Qing Lei came back to her senses. She subconsciously looked up at the sky, but she could not help but smile bitterly. Underground, the sun, the moon, and the stars were indistinguishable. When she was pulled down, she was only concerned with screaming. She could not tell the direction at all, and did not know which direction they were going. I don't know. It's too hard to tell the direction underground, but I won't be surprised where we end up. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment and identified the direction. He would not get lost just because they were underground. At this moment, he was constantly releasing his soul to the surroundings. He could clearly identify where they were at the moment. Now, they should be heading towards the center of the snow-capped mountains. Thinking of this, he could not help but show a strange smile. If we go to the heart of the snow-capped mountains like this, Qing Lei seriously thought about the situation and said, I think I will pass out. The heart of the snow-capped mountains, huh? Yun Nuashing suddenly said in a lazy and strange tone. Since ancient times, there have been so many legends, so many generations of life, including the powerful life of the previous generation. How could no one have explored the details of that place? Qing Lei was stunned for a moment. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then she said, maybe we didn't encounter a good opportunity. When the legends were passed down, it was already called the Sacred Mountain. Generations of people came here as if they were on a pilgrimage, but they did not mention that it was a sacred place that could not be set foot in. They even left a detailed map, but only the center was blurred out. Such ingenuity, so deliberate, really makes people wonder if they actually know something. For example, they know what exists in the center of the snow-capped mountains. It's just that it can't be passed down, so they hid it. Yun Nuashing's footsteps slowed down slightly. He looked at the surrounding walls of the well and said, think about it. Look at this huge horizontal well. It was once a weapon of war. The damage was caused by energy overload. It must have been used before, maybe more than once or twice. It was left behind by the Lost Clan and buried deep under the snow-capped mountains. How could they not know the details of the snow-capped mountains? Or did they actually know something and deliberately built this huge weapon in the snow-capped mountains? Tilting his head to look at Qing Lei, who was deep in thought, Yun Nuashing stopped talking. He was just bored out of his mind. Walking in this place, he was going to fall asleep if he did not say something. Besides, he still had something to say. According to Qing Lei, almost every ancient city had the same layout. Could it be that every buried ancient city was a huge weapon? Weapons that were spread all over the world, but there were no traces of war at all. There were no huge scars. Even the scars and traces caused by the natural activities of the world itself did not exist. How should he put it? It was a little too beautiful and too monotonous. On a planet, there are hundreds of different species. The living environment that they need exists perfectly on this planet. The big clans have the largest living space, and the small clans live in seclusion in every corner. Even if they leave those environments for a short period of time, they will not be affected at all. The most incredible thing is that they coexist so peacefully. The last generation of life had built so many weapons, but there is no trace of war to be found. Yun Nuashing said to the little angel in his soul, don't you think that the coexistence of these few phenomena is a little too fake? It immediately continued his words. Even the world created by the great deity of origins is so huge and so miraculous. It is filled with countless battles. Wars big and small have never stopped. Even if there is a ruler on the surface, the small fights have never decreased. This unrestrained world, without a unified ideology, is actually so peaceful. You told me that this is a world that is filled with the flames of war and scars of war everywhere. But now that the war has ended and there is no more war, I can understand why so many weapons of war were left behind. The little angel looked at him and said, have you ever seen a world in a state similar to this planet in the void? Yes, it has existed, but it is the kind where all the species are unified. There is only one species in an entire world. Either their ideology and the big goal are unified, or there is an indestructible belief, and it is the kind that is unified. Yun Nuashing nodded. It is because of the differences between life forms that there is conflict. When there is a stronger unity in some aspects, or when there is a strong constraint, there will naturally not be that kind of chaos. But this planet does not. No. Yun Nuashing sighed deeply. On one side, it is a world full of vitality and infinite beauty. On the other side, it is an ancient civilization that hides countless gigantic weapons. You see, it is too fake. Hearing his thoughtful tone, the little angel felt that something was not right. I keep feeling that you are talking to someone. Yun Nuashing raised his head and laughed. I am talking to you. We are communicating through our souls. Is there anyone else who can hear us? I don't know. I keep feeling that you are strange. After saying this, he felt that something was not right. He shook his head. No, you have always been strange. You have never been normal. Yun Nuashing paused and rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to argue with it about what it meant by weird all the time, Qinglei suddenly grabbed his hand and jumped up. Ah, big sister, look in front. Yun Nuashing and the little angel raised their heads together. The horizontal well seemed to have reached the end. There was light in front of them. It was a light curtain. They could not see what was behind it, only the existence of light. Obviously, they would reach a place after passing through the light curtain. Perhaps it was a place connected to the gigantic weapon, or perhaps the surrounding walls of the well looked quite new. They were dim and had been covered by dust for countless years. There was nothing in the empty horizontal well except for a huge light curtain. There seemed to be no other choice but to step into it. Qinglei jumped in front of the light curtain and tried to go around to the side. However, the light curtain blocked the entire horizontal well. Perhaps they could only jump forward to find out what would happen. Yun Nuashing and the little angel also came closer. They looked at the light curtain that suddenly appeared with interest. Beside them, a female explorer asked worriedly, Big sister, can we still go through here? Yun Nuashing shrugged. What else can we do? Qinglei was obviously stunned. She was a little hesitant. It seemed that she had never encountered such a situation before. She did not know what to do at the moment. What will happen if we go through here? Well, Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at the light curtain that was 100 meters high. She pondered for a while. Who knows? Maybe we will still be in the horizontal well after we go through here. Or maybe we will go to some strange place. Maybe we will be thrown into the Dian Black Sea. Qinglei's body suddenly stiffened. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and saw her frightened expression. She could not help but let out a sinister smile. Then she quickly hid it. She felt that she had scared enough. She coughed dryly. Ahem, don't worry. I was just scaring you. This might just be a teleportation light curtain. According to the function of the horizontal well and the vertical well, we might not be able to go far. Just follow us. Then, without saying a word, he dragged Qinglei towards the light curtain. Qinglei seemed to have accepted her fate. She was dragged towards the light curtain step by step. Then, she plunged into the world of light. The dazzling light made her close her eyes tightly. A faint cold wind blew on her face. She was very familiar with the unique cold air of the snow. Qinglei's eyes widened. Her vision was a little dim. The dim light of the Vesuvius could not shine into the snowy mountain, but it had successfully illuminated the dark clouds. Through this limited vision, she could see the dark clouds that covered the entire snowy region. She was in a cave. Her position was a little high, so she could see higher places. The mountain walls were grayish-yellow. Only the entrance of the cave had accumulated snow. It seemed that there had not been a strong wind recently. Two figures stood side by side at the entrance of the cave, their long hair swaying gently with the weak, cold wind. Qinglei carefully looked at the cave. Then she turned back and looked into the depths of the cave. There was no horizontal well behind her. It was just a sealed cave. She stood at the innermost part of the cave. When she reached out her hand to touch the cold mountain walls, her slender fingers were stained with some grayish-yellow color. She was a little stunned. She had never experienced something as magical as teleportation. She could not get used to it for a while. Fortunately, the psychological quality of an explorer was quite high. She went to some strange places every day. She was mentally prepared to encounter strange things one day. At this moment, she quickly put this bizarre thing behind her and treated it as reality. Then, she slowly walked towards the entrance of the cave and walked towards the two people. She heard light footsteps behind her. She felt a little nervous and forced herself to calm down. Yun Nuashing did not turn her head. "Oh, you're back to your senses? I'm still a little confused." Qing Lei smiled bitterly. She slowly moved behind Yun Nuashing. "Where are we now?" "In the snowy mountain. It's a teleportation light screen. It seems that we're quite lucky. It sent us to this place. But this place, well, you can see for yourself." Yun Nuashing and the little angel took a step to the side so that Qing Lei, who was slowly walking forward, could see the scenery in front of her. Then she froze on the spot and turned into a stone statue. In front of her was a snowy mountain that was so white that it was almost transparent. The three of them were standing on a snowy mountain. They were only a dozen meters away from the top of the mountain. There was a small opening in the snowy mountain. It was the cave that they were in at this moment. In front of them, there was a snowy plain. The mountain that they were on was actually one of a row of continuous mountain ranges. It was like a natural wall that separated the front from the back. By the way, this snowy mountain was really quite high. Looking at the foot of the mountain, one could not tell how high it was. The connection with the previous space has been completely cut off. The little angel whispered in her soul, "We can't find out where we are. We can't find the right place. This place is like an isolation zone. We can't even sense the void, but our power is still there. So we were thrown into a box." Yun Nuashing put her hands together as if she was putting something in between her hands. "Although I expected this, I didn't expect it to happen so soon." "Expected? What expected?" She was slightly stunned. "You knew in advance that we would be thrown here?" No. There's no way to predict this." Yun Nuashing shook her head. "After all, this is someone else's game. We are just contestants. I just knew that something would happen, but I didn't know what it would be." "Huh." Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the confused little angel. She shook her head. "That's what I mean. If you can't understand, then what can I do? Can you not make it sound so weird? I'm getting goosebumps." She shivered and dropped 2 feathers. Then she calmed down and said, "Then what's the situation now? What should we do?" "I don't know. Let's go and see." Yun Nuashing blew on her palms. Well, she liked this action very much, although she didn't feel cold. She looked at Qing Lei. She was still a little stunned. Her eyes were straight, blank, and helpless. "What's wrong? You're standing still like an ice sculpture. Have you been here before?" "No." Qing Lei came back to her senses. Her eyes were trembling. "But there's only one place in the whole snow-capped mountains that I haven't been to." The heart of the snow-capped mountains. Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows. Now it was even more fun. "In 3 years, we've gone around most of the snow-capped mountains. Even if we haven't been there personally, we can recognize some places from the corners." Qing Lei nodded in a daze. "But I can't help but feel that there's something familiar about this snow-capped land. Could it be a problem with the angle?" She asked softly. "Although there is such a problem, it won't be too big of an impact. We can recognize what we should. Those places that are too dangerous to go to might have a lot of dead beasts. But in order to avoid getting lost in the snow, we can still recognize those places even if we don't go." Qing Lei turned her head to the side and looked at the snow-capped mountains. "I've never seen such a mountain range in the snow-capped mountains. It's endless and so magnificent. If it exists, it should be a very obvious road sign, so there's an 80% chance that this is the so-called heart of the snow-capped mountains. Yun Nuashing turned his head and whispered to the little angel, "By the way, I've lost all sense of the realm of the gods and the void. Ah, I'm an observer. No matter how far away I am, I can instinctively sense the realm of the gods. I know that it still exists and stands in the void. When I first entered this world, I couldn't find the direction, but I know that it still exists. Now, I even suspect that the realm of the gods has been blown up." Yun Nuashing looked at the blurry, snow-capped mountains in the distance. "Of course, according to the characteristics of the realm of the gods, I think that something has blocked my connection with it or even cut it off. Logically speaking, other than me, the realm of the gods can't be blown up." It was speechless. Then now, it was a little worried. This place made even a strange life form like it feel a little uneasy. This uneasiness even made it look behind it. There was no way out. Obviously, no matter where they went before, there was only an empty cave behind them. Why don't we walk around first? I don't know what this heart of the snow-capped mountains is, but there's no point in standing here. Qing Lei couldn't help but say when she saw the two people standing there in a daze, looking at each other without saying anything for a long time. After saying that, she walked out of the cave full of energy. It was as if the shock and surprise just now had disappeared and turned into motivation. Wait a minute. Before she could step out of the cave, Yun Nuashing pulled her back with one hand. The courage she had just mustered almost disappeared completely. She asked nervously, What's wrong?" Yun Nuashing shook his head and took a deep breath. They had been standing in the vicinity of the cave and didn't step out. "Now, I'll take a few steps first. If there's anything I can react to, you might not be able to handle it." Because they were in the heart of the snow-capped mountains, Qing Lei, who knew the mystery and strangeness of this place, didn't say anything else. She swallowed her saliva and stared at Yun Nuashing with her eyes wide open. Although Yun Nuashing said it casually, he had already imagined what might happen. Then he slowly lifted his foot and took the first half-step out. Little by little, his foot was close to the edge of the snow line. The next step was to leave the range of the cave. He forced himself to be alert and carefully lifted his foot. Slowly, bit by bit, he stretched it out. After he crossed the snow line that was close to the cave, a cold and strange feeling suddenly spread throughout his body. It was as if he was in an endless void in an instant. Chapter 1230. The Dark Void. Ah, that was nonsense. In this life, he had been in the void for many generations. The time he spent in the void was hundreds of times longer than the total time of billions of people on a planet who stayed at home for their entire lives. He could not be more familiar with this place. He could still remember everything clearly. He remembered everything. He remembered that he had just put half of his foot out of the cave. Then everything happened so abruptly. The world froze. Everything stopped. However, his mind continued to move forward. He could still feel himself. It was as if time had stopped and he was independent of time. Time was just a quantifier created by the life in the great Yuan realm for the natural activities of the Sea of Time. It was used to observe and restrain something. In fact, time was meaningless to the void. The void was nothing to the Sea of Time. Both of them were essential elements of the world. Although the Sea of Time was located under the void, they did not interfere with each other. They existed together and would never die. Just like the life in the world had its own timeline and gave time a meaning, the existence of the Sea of Time also had its own meaning. Time. His perception of time had become a little blurry. The time he had experienced had become a vague interval number. He had accumulated countless years and wandered in the void where time was blurred. He shuttled through the layers of rules and wandered in the Sea of Time. He was like a faint ray of light that quietly wandered through any place. When he passed through the gaps of time, the Sea of Time produced a small countercurrent. To him, time was the easiest and most intimate thing to sense. The aura of time that settled on him could even crush a part of the void. Therefore, there was no need to ask how far away this instant of eternity was, because even he did not know. In that instant, he seemed to have seen the scene of everything in the world turning into ashes and then being reborn from the ashes. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse. Everything flowed back to the beginning of everything, back to the time when nothing existed, then everything was released. Pooh! The sound of his feet stepping on the snow was exceptionally crisp, and the gray and stagnant world started to move again. Just as he said, everything was released, and everything started to function normally again. The only thing that was not right was that he was still living in this dream and could not wake up. But actually, there was no need to investigate that. For a moment, he had an idea to treat those memories as a dream. Now that he was living in reality, there was no problem. Because this dream would last for a very, very long time, he could not put too much of his emotions and thoughts into the dream. If he were to wake up one day, then he would combine the two into reality. But those now was not the time to talk about those things. In that instant of stagnation and release, in the eyes of Qing Lei and the other girl, Yun Nuoxing had only leisurely stretched out her foot. Then she staggered a little abnormally and quickly returned to normal. Everything was as before, as if nothing had happened. They also did not know what that stagger meant. Well, it seems that there is no problem. Yun Nuoxing turned around and gave the two girls a thumbs up. Then she waved her hand and pointed down the mountain. Anyway, let's go down and take a look first. Qing Lei let out a long breath. As she walked out of the cave, she said, "Big sister is always scaring people. How could there be anything strange?" Yun Nuoxing quietly watched her walk out of the cave safely. Then he tilted his head and looked at a certain little angel who followed her footsteps and floated out of the cave. She stood beside him and looked at him, tilting her head. Yun Nuoxing smiled. Her somewhat cold hands reached into the pockets of her windbreaker. Step by step, she walked towards the plains under the snow mountain. Qing Lei and the little angel followed behind her unhurriedly. "You seem to be a little strange." The little angel floated a little faster and came to stand beside him. She looked straight into his eyes with her golden eyes. "A moment is eternity." "What happened in that moment?" "You are stumped." Yun Nuoxing grinned. "How would I know what happened in that moment?" Then, as expected, the unnatural pause just now was like the discomfort released from the long time stop. She sniffed. "The aura of time on you has become much stronger. You won't be swallowed by the sea of time, will you? Who knows?" Yun Nuoxing shrugged as if nothing had happened. His soul had carried too much time and existed beyond the time limit set by the rules of the void. If there was such a limit, the shackles he broke through should be an irreparable hole. However, in fact, the void did not have such a boring limit. There was no limit on how long a life could live, and there was no limit on how long a soul could live. People whose lifespans were determined by fate. Oh, here it was referring to mortals. Mortals would embark on special paths due to various coincidences and various circumstances. They would break free from the shackles at that moment. In fact, it was almost the same concept. If there is a day when the aura I carry becomes a rope and drags me into the sea of time, I will sink without any buoyancy until I am dragged to the bottom of the sea. At that time, I will merge into that sea and become the spokesperson of time. I will wander between the gaps of the world and silently watch everything happen. I will no longer be able to participate in anything. As Yun Nuoxing spoke, she tilted her head and smiled at it, shaking her head. "It is just a speculation from a long time ago." "Oh, here it is referring to the time of the quarter moon. It is like an old man who has lived for too long and is mumbling about something that will never happen. You were about to disappear in time just now, and you can still say such things so calmly." She shook her head helplessly. "It seems that I am worried about you for nothing." Seeing that Yun Nuoxing did not care and smiled without any worry, The little angel sighed and decided not to discuss those topics with him in the future. Now, although I don't know what you have experienced that made you smile even more strangely, so what happened just now? Well, do you know what is in this snow mountain? Yun Nuashing raised his head, which was a habit of his when he was thinking. It was as if by looking at the sky, he would not be restrained by any thoughts and perspectives. He would not be limited by any thoughts and perspectives, and he would be stuck in a small view. What is it? I can't say. I only have an immature guess. It is not about this snow mountain, and I don't know what it is about. It may be related to this world, or it may not be. Anyway, it should be related to the creation of the world. The little angel was slightly stunned. It's that simple. There was a helpless smile on Yun Nuashing's face, and he shook his head. The creation of the world was a small matter. For them, it was just another world of light being born in the vast and endless void. There was nothing special about it, and it was not worth their attention, but the creation of the world that I am talking about is not the birth of a small world of light, nor is it the rebirth of the void. It is the moment of origin. Its expression trembled, and even its wings stopped flapping. There was a subtle change in its expression. Was that the moment of origin, the moment when the great Yuan realm was born? Time flowed backwards, and all tangible and intangible things were being retracted, flowing backwards towards the original point of origin. The void returned to zero, and everything ceased to exist. In an instant, everything was released, Yun Nuashing said calmly. That was the scene that I saw. So, you think that what happened here... What is about to happen will be related to the scene when the great Yuan realm was first born. If it is not fooling around with me, then that should be the truth. It seemed to understand what he was talking about. Maybe it was the world itself, or maybe it was something in the world. According to him, they had already attracted its attention when they came to the world, and then all of this happened right under its nose. That was it. Therefore, he was looking forward. He was waiting for it to do something. Maybe what was happening now was just an appetizer, just the beginning. Or maybe everything had come to an end, and it was time to retract the net, and it was time to witness all of this happening. Rumble, the sound was like an earthquake, and in this snowfield it was as if millions of tons of ice and snow were rushing down from a height of several thousand meters. The dull sound suddenly rumbled in this snowfield, like a thunder that had not been heard for millions of years in the dark clouds in the sky, and it constantly attacked Qing Lei's nerves. As for Yun Nuashing, they were also stunned at first, but they were not worried at all. They were just witnessing the sudden internal collapse of the towering snow mountain in the distance with their own eyes. The entire snow mountain collapsed like a landslide, and this small scene was nothing. Compared to this, Yun Nuashing still felt that the whole sun was facing... Oh wait, he was wrong. He still felt that the scene of an entire planet crashing into the sun was more impactful. As long as one was not blind, even an illiterate person could become a philosopher who could see the void with a single glance, or a poet who sang and praised life. If he was not blind and had not been burned to ashes, he would have the chance. However, there was someone present who obviously did not think so. When Qing Lei saw the towering snow mountain about 2,000 to 3,000 meters away collapse like it had been blown up, her eyes almost popped out of their sockets, especially when she saw the avalanche caused by the collapse of the snow mountain. She was so frightened that she screamed and subconsciously pulled Yun Nuashing to run back. Avalanche. Run. She had wandered around the snow-capped mountains for more than 3 years and had seen many large and small avalanches. If one thought that the distance of 2,000 to 3,000 meters was very safe, well, most people who had such thoughts would have been buried under the snow and become ice sculptures. Don't be afraid, it's just a small scene. You're so calm. Hey, you're so strong, girl. Yun Nuashing calmly put his hands in his pockets and was about to act cool, but he was pulled by Qing Lei and staggered. This careless girl was an explorer after all. She walked in those strange places all year round and had to deal with a lot of things. At the very least, she had a lot of strength. If he did not speak, he would probably be dragged back like this. Yun Nuashing shrugged his shoulders, and with a wave of his hand, he grabbed this girl by the waist and carried her up under his armpit. Then he walked towards the place where the snow mountain had collapsed and the earth was trembling. Qing Lei's face was filled with tears as she looked at the white line from afar. Her face was filled with ice and snow. Woo woo, big sister, I haven't finished writing my will yet. Why don't you wait for me to draft my will first? Ah, it hurts. Yun Nuashing hit this girl who had obviously forgotten something. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't worry, it's just a small scene. If you turn back now, all your previous efforts will be wasted." Qing Lei calmed down immediately. She tried hard to raise her head and looked at Yun Nuashing's calm and beautiful face. Then she tilted her head and looked at the little angel, who did not seem to feel the power of nature at all. Only then did she remember that the two of them were also so calm in the horizontal well just now. It was as if nothing would cause the two of them to panic at all. She rolled her eyes and suddenly showed a sly smile. "Big sister, you said before that those creatures from the previous season must have known something. Then they felt at ease to build those things under the snow mountain. In my opinion, Big sister actually knows something, right?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. He thought about it seriously, and then shook his head seriously. "You don't say. I really don't know what's under the snow mountain." Qing Lei's smiling face froze. "Not only don't know, we haven't studied the snow mountain. In fact, it was an accident that we met you that day. Before that, whether to go to the snow-capped mountains or not was just a topic that had not been decided," he said with a sigh. Qing Lei's face that had just recovered became pale again, but after a moment, she threw away those emotions and looked puzzled. "Big sister, why did you come to the snow-capped mountains?" "Come to do what?" Yun Nuashing and the little angel looked at each other. Both of them scratched their heads. They really did not know what they were going to do. It was just that this was a place that could not be explored at all. Incidentally, it was also the place that attracted the most attention in this world. So they decided to sneak over to take a look. Of course, their plan was still a plan at that time. Coincidentally, they bumped into a group of adventurers. Qing Lei's face was ashen. Qing Lei's face was ashen. Her heart was in pain. "We were going to investigate something, just like you were looking for the traces of the creatures from the previous season in the snow-capped mountains. You can think of us as having similar goals, but our goals are more vague and abstract because we don't know what we are looking for. Goals are goals. First, we have to look for it. Maybe we will find it if we look for it." Looking at how calm Yun Nuashing and the little angel were, especially when the avalanche swooped down, Qing Lei suddenly felt that extraordinaries were indeed extraordinaries. Just look at their temperament and attitude. Could they consider that there was a mortal beside them? If they were to crash into the avalanche like that, they would be scared to death. They were really going to crash into the avalanche. Qing Lei could already see the avalanche swooping down on the wilderness like a tsunami. The difference was that this was a tsunami that occurred on the snowy plains. The white waves were roaring and getting closer and closer to them. At this time, it was too late to turn around and run. If she was not being held by someone, she would have written her will immediately, hoping that someone would come here thousands of years later to dig her out. Big sister, how do you think I will look better when I am frozen into an ice sculpture?" Qing Lei reached out and tugged at Yun Nuashing's clothes. Yun Nuashing. As expected, it's better to look more peaceful. After all, this is for people thousands of years later to see. If you look hideous or in too much pain when you're dug out, it will definitely be very scary, right? The little angel was stunned and immediately understood what the little girl was thinking. Yun Nuashing was 2 seconds slower, but he also reacted. With an amused expression on his face, he couldn't help but chuckle. He bent his finger and flicked the forehead of the little explorer who had begun to think about how to die peacefully. Why are you flicking me again?" Qing Lei covered her forehead and lowered her head as she muttered. Don't worry, you won't die. Yun Nuashing shook her head in annoyance. The scenes we've seen are far beyond your imagination. It's just a little avalanche. Of course, from your point of view, it might be very scary, but to us, it doesn't make a difference if a snow mountain collapses or half a continent collapses. It's a difference that we don't have to pay attention to, she added. Qing Lei's eyes were twinkling like stars. She had an expression that said, "Although I don't know what you are talking about, I feel that you are very powerful. However, let me, this mortal body of mine, right my will first." She was conflicted. The feeling of the shaking intensified a lot, and the roar echoed in the entire snowfield. On both sides of the path that the two people and the guy who was being carried were moving forward, the snowfield suddenly burst open with a roar. Countless ice and snow poured down the cracks, like two rifts in a glacier, revealing the hidden scene in the depths of the glacier to everyone. The two rifts were still widening and spreading into the distance. At the same time, the huge avalanche that swooped down in front of the three people suddenly seemed to be blocked in front of it. It immediately split into two snow waves and fell into the rifts on both sides, like the scene of the sea pouring into the cracks in the earth. Seeing the snow waves that were about to bury them alive being separated by such an incredible situation and falling into the rifts that suddenly appeared below, Qing Lei could not help but pull Yun Nuashing's sleeve and said, "Big sister, although I know that you are an ice curse master and it's a little exaggerated, but you are going through too much trouble to deal with an avalanche, aren't you?" Yun Nuashing was still talking to the little angel about what happened. When he heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He could not help but jump up and down. "I really didn't do this. It separated by itself." Qing Lei looked at him as if he was a liar, which made Yun Nuashing not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that what he did before was too unobservable. After all, what he did with energy was like something that happened naturally to mortals who could not observe the flow of energy. Looking at what he did before, and then looking at what he did now, it was no wonder that Qing Lei did not believe that they did not do anything. But in fact, they really did not do anything. This show, this avalanche, this rift, was a show arranged by someone else. They were just quietly walking on the snowfield. However, he really did not expect this scene. Now, he was even more confused about what would happen. After all, he was already prepared to deal with the avalanche. Now, he did not even have to do anything. In the collapsed snow mountain, something gradually revealed itself. It was something that was hidden under the snow mountain, a familiar grayish-blue color. A grayish-blue building that seemed to be the tip of a tower gradually revealed itself along with the collapse of the snow mountain. It was a tower-like building, but it only had the appearance of a tower. The interior should be empty. It did not seem to have an interior structure. It was like a tower of parts pieced together by a large number of parts. Other than a little symmetry and a sense of structure, it was impossible to tell what it was for. It was divided into two parts. One was the circle of 8 spikes at the top, and the other was the base that was embedded in the collapsed snow mountain. The upper part was suspended about a few hundred meters away from the base. It was a behemoth that was hidden in the snow mountain. Perhaps it had always existed here and was cast into a snow mountain by the ice and snow that never melted all year round. But no matter what the reason was, it had now become something that was open to them, as if it was following the flow of a certain plot. The host has already prepared to entertain the guests. Yun Nuashing put Qing Lei down and tidied up her clothes. Whether it is a hangmen banquet or not, we have to go. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the scene that we spent so much time setting up? The little angel shrugged. You have the final say. Qing Lei looked left and right, scratching her head in confusion. I always feel that you have known something long ago. I was the only one who was kept in the dark. No, really. The two people waved their hands repeatedly. Yun Nuashing smiled. But aren't we going to find out now? Chapter 1231. Hidden under the 10,000-year-old ice and snow was an ancient and magnificent tower. Its actual size was magnified a lot when one got closer. The top half of the tower was engraved with 8 spikes, looking like an upside-down jellyfish. The base below was arranged in rings, and one could clearly see that some parts of the rings were engraved with the same gorgeous decorations, which seemed to be charms and runes. When the ice and snow had completely fallen off, the ground of the snowfield had sunk a little. The towering snowy mountain had disappeared, leaving only a ground full of snow and large pieces of broken ice. Qing Lei stood in front of the base of the giant tower, looking up at the behemoth with her mouth agape. Her face was full of indescribable shock. Judging from the color and style, this should be something from the Lost Clan, but what is this? I have never seen this model before, and there is no record of this type at all. Qing Lei could not suppress the shock in her heart and said, from many records, she estimated that she had seen as many as 20 types of lost ruins. The shaft she saw today was not a new type discovered. It had appeared before, and there were many more. If it was really a weapon like her big sister said, it was probably a fairly basic weapon. It was powerful, simple, and convenient to make. As for the one in front of her, it was the first time she had seen it, and it did not have a huge city or other ancillary buildings beside it. It stood alone in the world of ice and snow. Big sister, lost ruins have never appeared alone. At the very least, there would be several buildings, one main building and several ancillary buildings. Can you see if there is anything else around here? Qing Lei pulled Yun Nuashing's sleeve and said. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing nodded. His spirit spread out, and in an instant it spread to the end of this sealed world, and went hundreds of meters deep into the snowy ground. In the end, he unexpectedly found that this sealed space was a perfect sphere, just like the area covered by an energy barrier. No, just this one, according to what you said, lost ruins appear in groups. Then this one in front of us might be one of the more special ones, perhaps. Qing Lei murmured and nodded. She started to walk around the base of this huge tower. As she walked, she pondered and casually said, I thought I would see something when I came out of that horizontal well. What? For example, some large space used to store energy or something. Qing Lei deliberated over her words. I didn't expect to come to such a strange place and see an even stranger lost ruin. Before I saw this, the whole world thought that lost ruins were all in groups. Who would have thought that I would see a lost ruin with only one building today? Yun Nuashing chuckled. There's something to brag about again. No, forget it. Qing Lei argued and shook her head, helplessly. She said, Big sister, what do you think this strange tower is used for? Yun Nuashing also tilted his head to look at the base of this grayish-blue tower and fell into deep thought. To be honest, he really couldn't recognize these things. Among the people he knew, probably only Navila could recognize what these things were used for at a glance. If it was him, it would be difficult for him to tell the use of this strange building with just a glance. Although he had learned about it, it was only a shallow understanding. Moreover, this building didn't emit any energy reaction. As long as there was a little energy fluctuation, he could determine what this building was used for through the form of the energy fluctuation. It's hard to say. I don't know, Yun Nuashing admitted. But if we look up from below, we can't see anything. Why don't we go up and take a look? Look, there's a staircase. Yun Nuashing pointed to the front. The tower was a structure of overlapping rings. The base was also stacked into 3 layers. The connection between each layer was thinner. The overall appearance of the tower was cylindrical. The grayish-blue surface was engraved with gorgeous and exquisite patterns. Those patterns were used to guide and store energy. In the 4 directions of the round tower, there were 4 steep stairs. It was as if 4 grooves were dug to place the stairs. There was no way to go inside. Just like what he felt at first glance, there was no internal space in the upper half or the lower half of the tower. It was like a sculpture carved out of a huge iron lump. There was no way to go inside without digging a passage. Even if you went inside, you would not see anything. Do we go up? Qing Lei looked at the 1-meter-wide staircase and frowned hesitantly. The strange scene just now was still flashing in front of her eyes. Yun Nuashing and the little angel tried their best to deny that it was caused by them. She also chose to believe that it could only be caused by this thing or something even stranger. She believed that it was related to this tower. Now they had to go up this strange building. Don't worry. Yun Nuashing saw the worry on the little girl's face. She knew that she had encountered enough strange things today. It was enough to overturn her understanding of many things. For a while, she did not dare to act rashly. She smiled and patted her shoulder. No matter what happens, it won't be a problem for us. You won't be in danger if you follow us. Qing Lei raised her head and looked at Yun Nuashing's beautiful, smiling face. She frowned slightly and smiled. Anyway, it seems like we don't have a way out. Well, let's just believe in Big Sister. No matter what happens, I won't regret this trip to the Snow Mountain. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. She looked at the little angel, and the two of them walked towards the staircase that was forcibly cut out from the wall. Qing Lei followed closely behind. The three of them stepped on the grayish-blue staircase together. The sound of their footsteps sounded like they were stepping on bamboo and stone. It doesn't sound like metal. Maybe it's a special material from this world, Yun Nuashing said softly in her soul as she stepped on the grayish-blue staircase. If that's true, then this material is already extinct, she replied in her soul. What's wrong? I've taken a look. There's nothing similar to this grayish-blue material on this planet. She paused for a moment and said, Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the previous life form had completely mined this material. Maybe there are still some places where this material is hidden, but I haven't found it yet. Yun Nuashing looked at her and pondered for a moment. She then looked at Qing Lei and said, Qing Lei, do you know what these grayish-blue buildings, the lost ruins, are made of? Qing Lei was stunned for a moment. She did not expect him to bring up such a seemingly unrelated topic. She was stunned for a second before she fell into deep thought. She knew, but she still had to think carefully for a while. This is something called a material that can be found all over the continent. However, it was during the ancient times. During the origin of this season, that material was almost exhausted. What was left of it could not be used for anything, so it was protected. This is also one of the reasons why the Lost Clan is related to the previous or the origin of this season. Many scholars have speculated that there was a period of time where the continent must have had a lot of these grayish-blue materials. However, they were all mined by the Lost Clan. This building material has excellent properties of storing and guiding energy. If that's the case, Big Sister, it's not impossible for it to be a weapon. Perhaps it's because of this condition that I agree with your theory. Oh, I see. That's understandable. Yun Nuashing nodded. The base of the tower was more than 100 meters tall. The entire staircase led to the top of the base. When passing through the three relatively thin floors, one could walk along the gap between the upper and lower floors to other parts of the base. Little Angel walked around the top of the tower with some interest. She thought that she would find a hidden entrance, but unfortunately it was a solid building. There was no internal space at all. Little Angel also realized this as she walked around. She walked around the other side of the staircase for a while before returning to the middle floor. The three of them climbed the tower for more than 10 minutes. Yun Nuashing and Little Angel were mainly concerned about Qing Lei. They did not climb all the way to the top in one go. The steep staircase required them to lift their knees. There were also more than 1,000 steps. Even though Qing Lei had been walking around some strange places all year round and had a lot of stamina, she could not withstand such torment. As soon as they reached the top floor, a gust of cold air from the high altitude brushed against their faces. Qing Lei's clothes were already soaked through. Yun Nuashing raised her head and stood at the top of the base. She looked up at the inverted octopus above her. She could clearly see the texture on the octopus and the 8 spires. The round part that pointed downwards had a circular opening in the middle. Looking at the opening, she could see nothing. However, it looked like the dome of an inverted circular building. Through the circular opening, she could see the grayish-blue building inside. It was solid, without a doubt. As for the top floor of the base, there did not seem to be anything particularly noteworthy. There was a smooth platform on the top, and its surface was translucent, like a mirror. She could see the bottom of the platform about a foot deep. It was transparent, like an iceberg. It was engraved with a lot of gorgeous and complicated patterns. That was it. It was a solid lump at the center. "There's nothing." Qing Lei sat on the top of the stairs and panted for a while. After resting for a while, she leisurely followed Yun Nuoxing and Little Angel to the middle of the platform at the top of the tower. She looked around. There was nothing. However, she could see the direction they came from. There was an endless row of snowy mountains. The cave they just came out of was still in the center of this row of mountains. But it's really incredible. Qing Lei put her palm in front of her forehead and looked at the cave in the distance. "We came out of that cave. After passing through the horizontal well, we thought we would see more buildings. However, we came to a seemingly unrelated snowfield. Well, we can't see the back of the row of mountains from here. We don't know if this is the hinterland of the snowy mountains. It doesn't matter if this is the hinterland of the snowy mountains. In short, there are secrets that ordinary people can't find." Yun Nuoxing squatted down and looked at the top of the platform. He said, "Look here." Qing Lei swung her long hair and slipped over. She leaned into Yun Nuoxing's arms and watched him look at the center of the platform. Below the ice surface, there was a ring. There were 3 chains connected to the edge of the ring. The other end of the chains was inside the ice surface and connected to the edge of the tower. Is there something?" Qing Lei looked up in confusion. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head. Their faces were only 1 or 2 inches apart. He looked at her face and squatted down a little more. He pointed at the ring embedded under the ice surface and said, "Look inside. There are flickering spots of light around it. It's very, very dark. You can only see it when you open your eyes." "I see it." Qing Lei opened her eyes and noticed the spots of light he was talking about. It was like looking at a city in the night sky from the edge of a distant mountain range. The lights shone in the night sky, flickering with attractive and warm light, making people want to go home. What's wrong with these spots of light? Although she saw them, she didn't understand why he was pointing at them. "There's a weak energy remaining," Yun Nuoxing said softly. He stood up and pointed at the upside-down jellyfish above. He pointed at the circular opening in the middle, which looked like a crack in the dome. "These 2 positions correspond to each other. It's a bit like some kind of transmission device in my memory, but it's very different. It's just that these 2 points are the same. If I'm not wrong, those spots of light might be a destination or something. Through this, maybe we can—" Before he finished speaking, Qing Lei exclaimed when she heard that it was a transmission device. She wanted to stand up in a hurry, but she staggered and lost her balance. She pressed her palm directly on the ice surface. At the position where her palm was on the ice surface, a dim spot of light suddenly lit up. "Transmission." Yun Nuoxing finished his words. Then he felt something and lowered his head quickly. He saw that Qing Lei might have accidentally triggered something. He couldn't help but be stunned. Where did you press?" "Well, I... Qing Lei jumped up with a cry. When she saw the spot of light under the ice surface lit up, her face turned pale. At this moment, the little angel, who was wandering around, also felt the movement. He quickly came over and asked, "What's wrong?" As soon as he said that, the space between the dome crack in the middle of the upside-down jellyfish and the ice surface under their feet lit up. Then, the 3 chains under the ice surface also lit up. The dim patterns that had been silent for many years also lit up. More and more grayish-blue lights appeared in the air. The grayish-blue lights seemed to have turned into thin needles hanging down from above. Then, the 3 chains and the ring slowly rotated with a series of cracking sounds like breaking ice. A few seconds later, the whole platform flashed and the 3 people disappeared. The ring and the chain slowed down, and the grayish-blue lights in the space also disappeared. In the cold and gloomy space, the world seemed to be forever shrouded in darkness. There was no light. It was cold and dead. There was no warmth and no life. It was so cold that people felt that their blood would freeze in their veins. The sky was dark. Nothing existed. It was empty and empty. There was no obstruction in sight. As long as one's eyesight was good enough, they might be able to see something extremely far away in this dark place. When they looked around, an extremely huge object occupied their entire sight and the entire sky. Then, a light suddenly appeared on a short mountain in this dark world, causing the surrounding soil and sand to float off the ground. Realm of order. Following a crisp sound, a transparent energy barrier enveloped the light that appeared. The power of order and the power of rules changed the situation within the energy barrier. After that, the light slowly appeared and threw the three of them onto the short mountain that was shrouded in darkness and disappeared. Yun Nuashing and the little angel landed steadily on their feet. Qing lay staggered and quickly grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm to prevent herself from falling off the short mountain. When she came back to her senses, she quickly looked around. When she saw the dark and silent space, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Wow, where is this? Yun Nuashing looked around. As if she sensed something, she slowly turned around. Then her cheeks twitched slightly. Hidden in the darkness, across the black mountain in front of her, she saw a huge object. The edges of the sphere were covered in yellow and red, making it look like a huge cake. It was the satellite of Wei Su. If that was the case, based on this position, this angle, and this reality, they could only be in the shadow continent near the satellite, the continent that was still being torn apart by the satellite in front of them. Seeing that the two people didn't say anything, Qing Lei was also stunned. She slowly turned her head in the direction they were looking at. Then, she saw a shocking scene that she would never forget in her life. She also deduced their current location from the scene. Her face, which had not recovered from the shock, suddenly became so pale that it could be seen clearly in this shadow world. That big sister, did I get into trouble? Qing Lei's face was sad. Her mind was filled with extremely complicated thoughts. It was so complicated that a lot of thoughts were spinning around. The words, "I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die," kept repeating in her mind. Yun Nuashing still calmly put his hands in his pockets. Well, in terms of results, it's not really a disaster. But in terms of behavior, there's no doubt that you've caused a huge disaster. But I'm also a person who only cares about results. At least for now, it's still peaceful. Oh, right, I forgot to say, welcome to the Shadow Continent. You've gone much further than your teacher. He just glanced at you from afar across the starry sky, but you've come here directly. Qing Lei almost fainted. Her face was full of shock, and there was no joy in it. Yun Nuashing and the little angel didn't immediately explore this destroyed continent. They didn't even release their souls. They just sat here with Qing Lei. Looking at the little girl's frightened look, they couldn't help but look at each other and shake their heads. They usually encountered situations that were more thrilling and more incredible than this, but they could still deal with it calmly. But for the little girl, this was undoubtedly a super development, and it was a bit too much. She would never have thought that 10 minutes ago, she was in a world of ice and snow. 10 minutes later, she came to a dark, sunless, and even colder world. If it weren't for the support of the order barrier, she might have turned into a popsicle on the spot or exploded on the spot. Have you calmed down? Yun Nuashing stretched out her finger and poked the back of the little girl's head and said softly, "Well, a little." Qing Lei took a deep breath and calmed down a little. At least her hands were no longer trembling. She felt that if she had experienced all this herself, she might have been scared out of her wits by now. Fortunately, there were two incredible sisters beside her. She saw that the two of them were not surprised or even worried. She couldn't help but say, "Big sisters, aren't you nervous? We were suddenly thrown to such a far place. We might not be able to go back. Well, Yun Nuashing raised her head and said lightly, Wei Su's satellite will approach the continent to a limit every night. The shadow continent will be a little closer, so we can still go back. Qing Lei, the little angel, rolled her eyes at her. If they wanted to go back, they could go back now. Why did they have to follow such a big red and yellow blob across the star field at an unimaginable speed? They were now on the shadow continent, which was hidden in the shadow of Wei Su's satellite. Wei Su's satellite, they were rushing back to Wei Su's side at full speed, strolling around and visiting that continent in the middle of the night. To put it simply, they were now following the shadow continent and Wei Su's satellite to the remnant sun. And if their calculations were correct, they would be able to see the remnant sun in 2 hours. It was really exciting just thinking about it. Qing Lei saw that the two of them not only weren't nervous, but also seemed to be looking forward to something. Suddenly, she became even more nervous. She could casually figure out what was happening now, but because she knew, she became even more nervous. Big sisters, why aren't you nervous? We're rushing to Wei Su now. The light of that star will burn us to death. Qing Lei became even more afraid as she thought about it. What's there to be nervous about? Yun Nuashing and the little angel looked at each other, and the two of them sighed in unison. We're used to these kinds of things. Qing Lei thought about it and decided that it was better to faint. Chapter 1232. In the dark and boundless starry skies, a colossal object was flying across the planetary system at a speed that defied all laws and common sense. That tremendous speed should have torn it apart. But what was sucked in by its great gravitational pull and covered by its shadow was a shattered continent. The two maintained an extremely close distance, balancing and steadily rushing towards the brightest region ahead. As it got closer and closer to the remains of the sun, the storm in the colossal planet also became extremely hot, even glowing faintly as if it was about to combust. It was daytime on the shadow continent. The sky was slightly brighter, like the first light of dawn. The light from the companion star drove out the darkness of the dark continent, allowing Yun Nuashing and the others to see the appearance of the continent clearly. It was pitch black, as if the earth had been scorched. Black and gray alternated, and it was covered with strange patterns, like the appearance of molten volcanic magma after it cooled and stabilized. This was evidence that the land had once melted, proving that it was not forever shrouded in shadow. This was good news, but also bad news. Of course, this was nothing to the two of them. However, the little girl beside them could not calm down. Her face was full of sweat, and she could not calm down. She sat on a flat rock with her legs bent, but it was as if the rock had nails on it. No matter how hard she sat, she could not sit steadily and comfortably. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. It's getting hot, it's getting hot. I'll be burned to charcoal. I don't want to die in such a strange place. Yun Nuashing had been listening to such nagging for a long time. They had been here for an hour, and even the little angel could not stand her nagging and walked to the side. A few minutes later, Yun Nuashing could not stand Qing Lei's nagging. She shook her head helplessly, patted her shoulder, and said, "Okay, stop nagging. It's really going to be fine. As long as you don't leave this barrier, even if you rush to the center of Tai, Wei Su, you won't be burned to death. Just trust us." Qing Lei raised her head to look at Yun Nuashing's incomparably serious expression and calmed down a little. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to heave a sigh of relief, her little face collapsed again. But that's a star, it's light. If we were to pass by it, how could it be fine? How could it be fine? No matter how ridiculous Big Sister is, it's, in short, just trust us. Yun Nuashing patted her head, shook her head, and said, "It's not good for you to stay here all the time. It's rare that we're here. We're here earlier than we planned. So we have to investigate carefully. If you're afraid, don't walk out of this barrier. I guarantee with the lives of the entire continent that nothing will happen to you." Qing Lei was stunned. While she was in a daze, Yun Nuashing and the little angel had already walked to the edge of the barrier. She stared blankly and waited for another 2 seconds before she hurriedly jumped up. "Wait for me. Wait a minute. Don't leave me here alone." Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing were a little confused when they turned around and saw the girl, who seemed to be scared out of her wits, rushing towards them. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you scared?" Yes, yes. But I'm more scared that you'll leave me alone in this strange place filled with black fog." Ching Lei wiped her sweat and said with a pitiful look. Yun Nuashing glanced at her, then turned to look at the little angel. The latter shrugged at him, so he said softly, "Whatever, but don't run around. As you said, we're in a very dangerous place. You'll only be safe by our side. Don't go too far or else." Yun Nuashing held back the second half of a sentence, but Ching Lei forced a silly smile. "I know. Big sister won't be able to save me when the time comes, right?" "No." He wanted to say that he would have to explain to her about resurrection when the time comes. Logically speaking, she was just a mortal. Even if she suddenly died in front of him, he could just grab her soul that had not yet dissipated and casually reconstruct a body. Moreover, it would be reconstructed with his divine power, which would be countless times stronger than the previous body. Even if her soul was scattered, there would still be traces of soul imprints and life imprints. He could bring them to the lowest level of the concept of laws, connect to the world core of this world, and reconstruct her again. That's right. Anyway, that's what I mean. Just don't leave our range. In fact, it's very safe. Yun Nuashing nodded, but after thinking about it, he decided not to scare the little girl. "Okay. I know." Ching Lei nodded and moved closer, her little hand reaching out to Yun Nuashing's arm, and said, "Big sister, can you let me use your hand for a while?" Her hand was still trembling. Despite being comforted and told countless times that it was very safe, she still felt uneasy. Before seeing the truth, she could not calm down, and her heart was always worried about that moment. Yun Nuashing could not do anything about it. After all, anyone who was suddenly thrown into this place and knew what was going to happen next would feel uneasy. Just showing a faint sense of uneasiness and nervousness was the greatest restraint. If it was someone with a weaker mentality, they might have already chosen to commit suicide. Look, the mountain next to them was also quite tall. It did not seem like the time to discuss this. This was a land full of black, and the mountains in the distance were faintly gray. Yun Nuashing and the others slid down a gentle slope from the mountain. In front of them was a wilderness with gentle terrain and gravel all over. The gravity here was also quite low. In fact, this broken continent still had gravity, and it was already a miracle that it was not attracted by the companion star next to it. Perhaps it was because this shadow continent was very big, about 1/3 the size of its companion star, much bigger than the planet Ching Lei and the others were on. They walked quite a distance away from the companion star and climbed up a rather tall hill. Standing at the top of the hill, they could see the upper half of the giant companion star in the sky. The pitch-black starry sky was slightly hazy. This was caused by it absorbing and reflecting the light of Wei Su. If it got closer, it would also become very bright. So spectacular. Even though she was here and knew what she was facing at this moment, Ching Lei could not help but praise. Standing here and looking at the huge planet in front of her, watching the red and yellow storm roaring across the entire planet, she could not help but gulp. Such a magnificent scene, such a magnificent scene. It was actually worth it to spend a lifetime here to see it. Think about it. Countless people in her world could only watch Wei Su's satellite rumble across the sky from a very far distance in the night sky, but she was standing here as if she could touch it. She could also clearly see the changes of those patterns. It's really so beautiful. Yun Nuashing felt that the grip on her arm loosened a little. She could not help but tilt her head to look at her, relaxed a little. Yeah. Ching Lei suddenly became a little indifferent and carefree. It was the kind of indifference that made her feel at home. To be able to see such a scene with my own eyes. Actually, my life is not in vain. I can already. Can your head? Yun Nuashing fiercely rolled her eyes. I have already said it many times. I will say it again now. You will not die. This is just child's play to us. If you want to see that way Sue up close, we can let you see as much as you want. Ching Lei blinked her eyes and suddenly smiled slyly. Big sister has said it many times. It seems like you really are not lying to me. When have I ever lied to you? Big sister, are you a god? Ching Lei's faint laughter made Yun Nuashing and the little angel feel their hearts skip a beat. Then they heard her continue. I feel that using ancient information or something like that can no longer explain it, because all of this has exceeded all of my knowledge. Even the life of the previous generation would not have such an exaggerated performance. So, you thought of what your teachers said about the so-called God. Yun Nuashing's expression was indescribable for a moment. Do you know what a god is? I don't know. I have said these 3 words many times today. I don't know anything, big sister. Ching Lei smiled foolishly. Don't you think that that kind of thing is just an imaginary existence because it is impossible to explain it with human strength? Yun Nuashing teased and crossed her arms. Because you can't control it, you can't understand it at all. After thinking hard, you can't come up with anything. It is an omnipotent thing that your teacher calls a god. Ching Lei just smiled and did not continue this topic. Yun Nuashing also did not say more. Anyway, there was nothing to care about. What they had done today had long exceeded the scope of what mortals could understand. It was actually nothing for Ching Lei to think, so. The sky was slightly brighter. Previously, it was like the morning sun, but now it was like the morning sun in the sky. Yun Nuashing could feel that an extremely hot object was approaching them at an extremely fast speed. They were rapidly colliding with that object. There was still some time before the scheduled trip around the sun. Taking advantage of the fact that this shadow continent had not returned to its melted state, they had to look for it carefully. If there was something there, the 3 people stopped on this hill for a while and looked up at the huge sphere. They watched the huge red and yellow storm inside roll out extremely far away, so far that the lines on the surface of the planet had obvious changes. Only then did they walk further away. The destination was just an illusion. Whether there was anything on this dark shadow continent, no, even if there was something there, as long as they thought about its trajectory, they probably would not think that something that once existed could still be left behind. After walking for 4 to 5 miles, they could not find anything. As far as the eye could see, other than the black solidified scorched earth, there were only those strange grayish-white mountain ranges and cracks everywhere. These were scars caused by multiple strong earthquakes. Those grayish-white areas seemed to be places with lower temperatures. This dark continent had a more obvious dividing line. On the black side, there was a melted, scorched earth. After passing through a series of cracks, it transitioned to the grayish-white area, which was milder. Even though the large planet behind them had already released some light and heat, this grayish-white area was still milder. Yun Nuashing stood at the Rift Valley where the gray-white and black regions intersected. He turned to look at the huge planet behind him and was silent for a moment. He was very concerned about that planet because of the power of divine death. He could now clearly feel the energy of those planets from the stars. Indeed, it was a little similar to the elements of chaos and the abyssal death shroud. As the planet's overall temperature rose, the presence became a little more concentrated, but it was still lazy and did not have any destructive power to speak of. He had thought that there would be some special change. "Ah, in front, over there!" Ching Lei exclaimed softly, causing Yun Nuashing to turn his head. Under the hazy, starry sky, there was barely enough light now. Looking down from the mountain range that stood by the Rift Valley, they could see that there was something not quite normal in the distance. The shadow of the mountain range appeared a little different in the faint changes in their line of sight. The fourth order seemed to have found something. The shocking discovery made Qing Lei exclaim again, almost forgetting that they were still in a very dangerous situation. Big sister, let's go and take a look. Let's go and take a look. Yun Nuashing nodded and pulled her. With a light leap, they easily crossed a large distance, crossing the Rift Valley and the mountain range. The little angel was a little faster than them. With a flap of her wings, her figure had already appeared in the strange shadow. What reflected in her golden eyes was a pile of rubble, a dilapidated ruin hidden in the rubble, with dilapidated fences and broken walls. Gravel and sand were everywhere. This was a huge ruin, accompanied by gravel and Rift Valley. For long, crooked rifts gathered around this ruin, cutting it into an isolated island. At the edge of the ruin and Rift Valley, there were fragments and traces of buildings. It could be inferred that when these rifts surrounded this ruin, they also took away part of the original body. The shadow continent, the broken dark continent, was full of desolation. The unknown fragments on the ground seemed to be telling something to someone, sorrowful and desolate. This place was particularly dark and quiet. Her gaze swept across the remaining building fragments. The little angel felt that there should have been a rather magnificent scene here, but now, no matter what had happened in the past, what was left was only a desolate scene. This was an isolated island of ruins that occupied a very wide area. It was an irregular pentagonal island. The few rifts divided it into dangerous buildings, standing on top of stone towers. The rocks below had become thinner and thinner as the Rift Valley collapsed, and it would collapse at any time. In the end, it would be completely buried under this dark continent and disappear completely. The last words of the ghosts of the past would also be sealed with the dust of history. How is it? What did you see? Yun Nuashing pulled Qing Lei to the side of the little angel and asked casually. She also saw the huge ruins in front of her and couldn't help but frown. Big sister, there really was life on this shadow continent, and it should be different from all the life we know. The architectural style is also different. Qing Lei suddenly forgot her faint fear and happily pulled Yun Nuashing's hand and swung it back and forth. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment, but then frowned. How can you be sure? Don't forget that part of the architectural style on the continent comes from the Lost Clan. In the speculation you mentioned the day before yesterday, one of them said that this shadow continent was the origin of life on that continent. You said it yourself. Qing Lei's face stiffened, and she scratched her head awkwardly. Now that big sister said it like that, it seems to be true. Don't be in a hurry to come to a conclusion and make too many guesses. That will only mislead you. Yun Nuashing shook her head helplessly. The dead ancient city had not welcomed guests for many years. At this moment, Yun Nuashing and the other two people stepped lightly on the ground, and the rubble that covered the ground made a crunching sound. The sound did not spread very far, perhaps there was no sound at all, and it was only a little sound that was produced within the range of the order barrier. The three people casually walked into the ancient city, passing through a collapsed palace and buildings, and passing through a broken tower that was more than 10 meters high. This city was filled with a faint, desolate aura, as if there were countless souls hovering here. Any slight sound that was made was a faint whisper that was attached to Yun Nuashing and the others' ears. It's completely different from the lost ruins. The layout and the decorations of the buildings, there are some traces that have not been completely obliterated. Big sister, look at this wall. Qing Lei pulled Yun Nuashing to a wall that still had half of it left. He speculated that it might have been a magnificent building that was hundreds of meters tall that stood in front of them. Looking at the collapsed ruins, the waste stones, and the traces of decorations at the corners, he felt that it should have been a palace, a majestic palace. Immediately, he thought of the realm of the gods, and when the realm of the gods was mentioned, it would naturally be associated with the gods. In that case, Qing Lei's teacher had once mentioned the gods and the shadow continent. Could it be that it was actually not a joke? Your teacher might be a very, very mysterious guy. He suddenly said a sentence without rhyme or reason, causing Qinglei to turn her head with a confused expression. "Eh? Big sister, what did you just say?" I said, "Your teacher might be a very powerful guy." Yun Nuoxing repeated it again. He knew that the continent had nothing to do with God. No God had appeared, and it had not been distorted or unconsciously changed by high divinity life forms. However, her teacher was suddenly involved in this aspect, which made people extremely suspicious of whether he actually knew something. Perhaps something had indeed fallen into the shadow continent, and then it was coincidentally discovered by the great explorer-scholar who had traveled all his life. In the end, he made such an inference. But Yun Nuoxing did not say anything. Instead, Yun Nuoxing repeated it again. This pentagonal island was very wide, but there were not many things that were actually useful left behind, or even none at all. This ancient city showed signs of being eroded by high temperature, and the walls had melted like a stone-like object after a liquid solidified. Given that the shadow continent was located in such an awkward position, Yun Nuoxing had every reason to believe that even this gray-white area had definitely been directly illuminated by the sun, that is, the light of Wei Su. It did not evaporate completely at once, so maybe it was not directly illuminated by the sun or something. Well, to be serious, he felt that there should be something like a barrier here, but there was no energy now. But it shouldn't be that there was no energy just because they came here. Maybe it was the life that once existed here that made the building very sturdy. After walking 2 laps around the ancient ruins of the ancient city, Yun Nuoxing and the others strolled slowly to the center of the city. This was a huge square that was empty. There were no buildings within a radius of 1,000 meters. Only a huge square paved with curved stone bricks. Some parts of the square were even covered with holes. Looking at the remaining fragments in the square, Yun Nuoxing felt that those holes might be where some huge pillars had been placed. Some pillars with a diameter of 5 meters might be related to the square. Then he saw a flat pattern engraved on the ground in the center of the square. His eyes immediately widened. Chapter 1233. The picture engraved on the ground was vivid and lifelike. Yun Nuoxing felt that it was very familiar. It was so familiar that he shuddered. The edges, the appearance, the thing, the little angel, looked at the huge object drawn on the ground. She blinked her eyes, but she didn't feel much. "That is it seems to be an altar." Altar. She was stunned for a moment. Then, an idea flashed in her mind. A few days ago, they rushed into this strange and unpredictable place to look for an altar. In the end, they didn't find the altar. They even went to another world to play. Now, she suddenly saw the engraving of an altar in this dark shadow continent. No matter how she thought about it, she felt that something was wrong. She tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. She saw that he was also shocked. Her guess was confirmed, but she still couldn't help but ask, "Is this the thing?" Yun Nuoxing nodded gently. He had seen it once. It was a picture he saw from someone's memory dozens of eras later. It was a mysterious altar swaying in the depths of the void. Every line was wrapped in a strange aura. It was the engraving he saw in front of him. He couldn't be wrong. He couldn't remember it wrong. "Big sister, this is the altar." Qinglei suddenly grabbed Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and jumped up excitedly. The gravity here was too small. She almost pulled Yun Nuoxing out with her jump. The latter quickly changed the rules in the order barrier. Then the two of them stabilized. What altar? Yun Nuoxing saw that she seemed to know something. He couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly asked, "It's that. It seemed that seeing this thing had a big impact on her. Qinglei opened her mouth and shouted for a long time. She was sweating and biting her tongue. She couldn't say what it was. Seeing that she was more anxious than him after jumping up and down for a long time, Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. He put his hands on her shoulders and sighed softly. "Stop. Don't worry. Come, look into my eyes. Now, slowly relax. Relax. That's right. I'm not asking you to fall asleep. Ahem, slow down. Calm down." Yun Nuoxing induced her to calm down. The little angel crossed the order barrier and flew around in boredom. This huge, empty square seemed to be engraved with such a painting. Other than that, there was nothing else. As for the outside of the square, there was a circle of buildings that seemed to have been weathered. There were traces of weathering everywhere. This shadow continent must have once existed in a place with air. Otherwise, how could there be such traces? As for why it became like this, there were many answers. Maybe it was dug out, or maybe that place was blown up. This shadow continent was the only remaining fragment. Judging from the fragmented appearance of the shadow continent, it felt that this should be the answer. The fluorescent slender hand gently touched the grayish-white half of the wall, touching the broken cracks. With a gentle touch, a part of it shattered and floated in the surrounding space. It didn't fall down, only a slightly bigger piece fell to the ground. The origin altar. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Is this the legend of your world, ahem, the legend of this season, or the legend of the last season? The little angel seemed to have heard Qing Lei's words, especially the name, which made it very concerned. She quickly flapped her wings and flew back into the order barrier. You remember now? Qing Lei nodded and said, It's a very old legend. For this world, many legends are very old. No matter how many legends there are, it's not surprising. Even if this legend came from the creation of the world, there were people who believed in it before the birth of the world. The people who said it didn't think about how they knew the scene before the creation of the world. Ahem, what I mean is the legend about the origin altar all came from a very, very old time. It's an ancient legend from the last season. It's ancient to them, not to us. The world where Qing Lei and the others came from had an unimaginable number of legends. There were all kinds of legends, big and small. If you really asked someone to tell them, that person would be able to say it clearly and logically. Moreover, there weren't many versions. It was as if everyone agreed on one or a few legends that didn't deviate too much. The whole world knew about it, and it wouldn't be unknown just because of the distance. This origin altar was one of them, and it was only one version. It was passed down from the ancient era, and it was still widely known. It was so widely known that Qing Lei didn't pay much attention to it. Even when she saw it, it took her a while to remember it. It was as if something had become something that everyone was familiar with. Although no one had seen the so-called origin altar, everyone seemed to be familiar with it and could even describe the appearance of the altar. A very, very long time ago, probably referring to the ancient era of the last season of life. This is also the reason why the teacher said that there might be a previous season of life before the last season of life. When the world was created, for some reason, the world itself had problems. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Her cheeks couldn't help but twitch. What do you mean by this and that and that? I don't know either. Qing Lei shrugged cutely. That's a very, very ancient thing. Even the language translation wasn't very smooth. We don't know much about the language of the previous season of life. As for the more ancient, oh yes, speaking of the more ancient, the legend of the origin altar refers to the ancient era of the previous season. They mentioned that they couldn't get the specific information because of the language barrier. The information that was passed down to the later generations were things that they understood with their own methods. In other words, Yun Nuashing pinched her chin with her right hand and wrapped her left hand around her right arm. For the people of the previous season, the origin altar that was passed down from an even more ancient era did not belong to them. It came from an even stranger place or time. Therefore, the people of the previous season speculated that the previous season of life was related to the previous season of life and linked it to the altar. Is that right? Yes, that's what it means. Qing Lei nodded. After thinking for a while, she continued, Well, then, in the process of their research, they found that that's a problem. The problem originated from the origin altar itself. Maybe they got something from the origin altar, or they learned some special information, but they couldn't decipher it or even understand it. They could only rigidly copy it, or even imprint the things that may or may not be words, and then pass it down from generation to generation. Speaking of this, Qing Lei couldn't help but smile. Big Sister often sees some strange symbols on the buildings in Juguang City. Not only explorers, but also some merchants who travel around, some ordinary people who travel far away, fishermen who go out to sea, small businessmen who open shops. They definitely have these things in their homes. It's just like some prayer symbols that have existed from ancient times until today. In fact, those symbols were passed down from that and that, but many of them were artificially changed. Because they didn't understand it at all, because they couldn't understand it at all. Last season, when they found more ancient information, they could only copy it down. Whether it was useful or not, whether it referred to something or not, they just drew it down, stroke by stroke, unchanged. That I said were just transliterations. Of course, as time passed, the correct pronunciation of the transliteration may have changed. So even the words that it referred to became these few words. Yun Nuashing suddenly realized when he heard this. So the that and that she said were used to refer to the special name of the altar. He thought that she was struggling to say for a long time and couldn't twist the words into this shape. What do you think? It flew over and glanced at him, saying, Ancient times, even more ancient times. It's not easy to reverse the transliteration and symbols that have been changed, but we can't just stop here, can we? Yun Nuashing shook his head. He hadn't given up yet, so he said, Qing Lei, do you know those 2 sentences? If you know. Qing Lei smiled. Big Sister, I said it's a well-known. Oh, this is a little exaggerated. Anyway, it's something that scholars and people with some knowledge know. You, ahem. Anyway, I don't know about this. I'm the kind of guy who shuts the door and windows and doesn't care about what happens outside. Yun Nuashing blushed. Qing Lei looked at him with a smile and did not say anything. She nodded and squatted down on the grayish-white ground that was about to turn into sand. She used a small knife to carve one character after another, something that looked like a character. When she dropped the knife to carve the first complete character, Yun Nuashing's expression changed drastically. In fact, when he was halfway through writing, his breathing became slightly disordered. He recognized this character. Even when she was only halfway through writing, he could recognize it and guess it. That's Little Angel also opened his eyes wide in shock. Those were words from the mythological era. It couldn't be wrong. It couldn't be wrong. Yun Nuashing was also in a state of shock. He couldn't be wrong. If the memories that Yun Nuashing inherited were flawed and wrong, then the owner of those memories, he couldn't be wrong. Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing looked at each other. Then they nervously moved closer and watched as Qing Lei wrote the words one by one. When a line of words appeared, the two's breathing quickened. It was indeed the words of the kamikaze era, but this thing can't be read. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but say, it's like a child who just started learning how to speak and write. Runes. Runes from the mythological era were written correctly. Yes, they were written neatly. They could even recognize each word, but they could not connect the words together. In short, I can understand every word you say, but when you put all the words together, I don't know what you're talking about. Little Angel said concisely. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly from the bottom of his heart. He really knew every word, but he couldn't say the words out loud. Each word existed by itself, and he couldn't understand what it was trying to say. As Qing Lei wrote diligently and seriously, Yun Nuashing noticed a small detail. When she was about to finish washing a word, she would quickly stop writing when she was about to stop. Then she would use her thumb to rub off a little bit, as if she was adjusting or changing it. Then she would start writing the next word. Qing Lei, you deliberately erased a word from a word. Why? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but ask. Qing Lei stopped and shrugged helplessly. Because I can't write it out, Big Sister. It's said that these words are cursed. They are words and languages that are bound by some powerful rules. No matter how it is spoken or written, the world will respond accordingly. It's said that there was once a person who didn't listen to the advice and was struck to death by a bolt of lightning. When the words of the gods exist, they will take effect immediately. Yun Nuashing and Little Angel were not surprised by this characteristic, because if it was really the words of the gods, as long as it was the words of the gods, it would have the effect of law. Even at their level, as long as they said it in their hearts, it would take effect. If it was more special, anyway, anything was possible. But the two people looked at each other and then lowered their heads at the same time to look at Qing Lei, who was seriously writing there. A wave of sadness and confusion surged in their hearts at the same time. But would such a strange sentence really have any effect? If it really had an effect, it would be too powerful. These words were like a dozen words that were extracted from some sentences. Even if they were mixed up and reorganized, it wouldn't be useful information. Could this thing trigger the words of the gods? Oh no! Qing Lei suddenly screamed loudly. She finished the last stroke of one of the characters in her hand. At that moment, it was like spring had come to 1,000 trees, and the ice and snow had welcomed the sun. The beginning of something was being born. The one who felt it the most directly was Yun Nuashing. He directly felt that in a distant place in the starry sky, there was suddenly a huge distortion force that could turn the world upside down. It was so huge that it could tear this star field apart. It was nothing to him, but there were other people here. If they tried to stop or resist it, the resulting energy shock waves might shock Qing Lei to death. Then the only result would be carrying her and running away. He was just about to put it into action when the crazy and distorted force disappeared completely in an instant. It was as if it had just appeared to say hello. It was so fast that he almost collapsed. He turned to look at the instigator of what had just happened. He saw that Qing Lei was so excited that she slapped the last character engraved on the ground and scattered most of it. Only then did the strange energy suddenly disappear. In fact, Yun Nuashing felt that the energy actually disappeared because the character had disappeared. It could not find the place to aim at, so it had no choice but to disappear. Phew, that was close. Fortunately, I was fast enough to erase it. Speaking of which, I am in the starry sky. I don't think I will be struck by lightning. Why are you so worried? Qing Lei shook her head helplessly and buried her head in the ground again. Yun Nuashing and the little angel looked at each other and could not help but smile bitterly. If it were not for the fact that the little girl did not have divine power or the power of a god, the half-completed sentence just now would have directly followed the rules and blasted here. According to what he sensed just now, Yun Nuashing estimated that the energy should have destroyed this star system tens of millions of times. Although he did not know what the sentence meant, from this point of view, it might be related to attack, destruction, or something else. Maybe he only saw half of it. Well, I'm done. But every character has been erased by me a little bit. There won't be a problem this time. After Qing Lei finished writing, she threw away the broken tile she found in her hand, stood up and laughed with her chest out. She seemed to have forgotten the current situation. Yun Nuashing and the little angel went over to take a look. After reading it, they shook their heads. It was still not working. They could not understand the meaning of these two sentences at all. They had a feeling that was called, I know every word when it is taken apart, but I don't know what it means when it is put together. The two people had such a feeling at this time. They looked at the words that they could distinguish one by one, but they were confused and did not know what it was saying at all. Who knew what kind of message that ancient altar left behind? Qing Lei, are you sure it's these words? Yun Nuashing could not help but laugh dryly. Yes, it's like this. Qing Lei nodded. When she saw that Yun Nuashing and the people were a little embarrassed, she could not help but laugh evilly. She used her elbow to poke Yun Nuashing's arm and said, You can't understand it, right? You can't understand it, right? Hee, because we can't understand it. This thing has been left aside. For thousands of years, it was just a legend that almost everyone knew, but no one really tried to understand it because nothing could be found. She paused for a moment and laughed dryly. Of course, it's also possible that someone actually tried to study it, but was struck to death by lightning. Being a scholar is actually a high-risk profession. No one will know if you die unknowingly. if you let your corpse lie in every corner. You might have gone crazy and died, or you might have been played to death by yourself," she said with a look of regret, as if she had already seen those guys who died while playing with the language of the gods. Yun Nuashing and the people were dumbfounded, but it did not matter. As long as they went against their conscience, they could say that they did not care about the information. It was not that they did not discover anything. At least they could tell that this mysterious altar of nothingness, this mysterious altar of origin, was related to the mythological era. This thing was not simple. Oh, this was nonsense. How many things related to the mythological era were simple? Then what should we do now? It asked softly. Yun Nuashing frowned and looked at Qing Lei, who was still looking at the runes he had carved with great interest. He said, "Qing Lei, do you know where this altar is?" "I don't know. No one has seen it before. Otherwise it wouldn't be a legend." Qing Lei shook her head with a smile. The answer that he had expected made Yun Nuashing a little depressed. It was not easy to come here, and he seemed to have found some clues. But now he had to give up so easily. According to the characteristics of that strange altar, it was not easy for him to find a chance to get close to it, but he could not get any substantial results. It was very likely that this opportunity would slip away. With the characteristics of the altar, it was completely possible for it to lead the masters of the gods to escape from the void. This world, this starry sky, this galaxy must be. Perhaps it was related to that altar. But as to how it was related, he really did not know. Then what should we do now? Seeing that he did not speak, the little angel asked again. Yun Nuashing pressed his palm on his face and rubbed it hard. After a while, he let out a long breath and faced the little angel with a face full of joy. Explode, right? A certain dumbfounded fake little angel was stunned. Huh. Chapter 1234. If he couldn't make a decision, he would first take a look. If he still couldn't make a decision, then he would just blow something up. As for what to blow up, how to blow it up, and how it would turn into, it was really hard to say. He hadn't thought about it in detail. Anyway, first, he had to do something. It wasn't a good idea to just look at this strange altar engraved here. Instead of waiting anxiously, he might as well take action. For example, he could blow something up. Some mechanisms were also triggered in such a strange way. If he blew it up, he might be able to find something unexpected. Then, a certain destructive maniac would also be ready to blow it up. The energy was already condensing. Wait a minute. The fake little angel exclaimed. She quickly jumped over and pressed down his raised hand. She glanced at Qing Lei, who didn't react at all. She heaved a sigh of relief. "You little rascal! Blow up this place or something," she stammered for a while. After a while, she said, "What if the clue is here, but you blew it up by mistake? Wouldn't we have come here for nothing? Then we'll talk about it after we destroy it." Yun Nuashing frowned fiercely. She raised her other hand. A dark and chaotic energy, crazily condensed. Then it was pressed down by the little angel again. "It's not that I want to say this, but anyway, it's this world, right? We're the ones who are most worried about it. I don't believe that it won't come out." Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. She was about to break free from her grip and continue condensing energy when Qing Lei suddenly realized or thought of something. She jumped up excitedly. "Big sister, Then, as soon as she turned her head, she saw Yun Nuashing and the little angel entangled together in an extremely ambiguous position. Their faces were close to each other, and lilies bloomed one after another. In an instant, her pretty face flushed with excitement. She quickly covered her sparkling eyes with both hands. Hearing the sound, the two people turned their heads together. When they saw Qing Lei's strange action, they were stunned. The two people looked at each other and quickly let go of their hands. "Ahem, what's wrong? Did you remember something or discover something?" Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and hurriedly went forward to greet her. Qing Lei covered her face with both hands, looking like she didn't see anything. When she saw Yun Nuashing walking over, she chuckled. Big sister, I just remembered something. It's about the altar of origins. Yun Nuashing looked at her curiously and didn't ask any questions. She just waited quietly for her to speak. After pondering for a while, she said, "If I'm not mistaken, there should be 2 altars of origin." 2. Yun Nuashing was stunned. What's the other one for? No, speaking of which, what are these 2 altars for? You don't know. We don't have any faith, and we don't have an object of worship. What is this altar of origins used for? Qing Lei shook her head. I don't know either. 2 altars. Yes, that's what the legend says. However, we don't know what exactly is going on or who passed it down. We only know that they have appeared since ancient times. Let me think. I should remember the origin of the legend. Yun Nuashing waited patiently, but before Qing Lei could think of a reason, the entire dark and grayish-white land suddenly trembled, causing the 3 of them to tremble. Suddenly, they felt that the light in the sky had become unusually bright. They turned around abruptly, only to see a huge corona suddenly appear in front of them. It was a huge sun, a sun formed by the remains of the sun. It was smaller than a planet, but it retained most of the original sun's weight. The light that was extremely fatal to mortals shone on the satellite in front of the shadow continent. The satellite of Wei Su had blocked most of the fatal light. Even though Yun Nuashing jokingly called it the remains of the sun, it still had enough light and heat. Its light could directly blind most of the living beings. However, with the existence of the order barrier, Qing Lei saw this scene directly. Her eyes widened. This shocking scene was instantly branded in her eyes and could no longer be erased. The remains of the sun, Wei Su satellite, and the shadow continent. The 3 of them were connected together in a line. Standing on the shadow continent, they could see the satellite being burned by the light of Wei Su. The huge gravitational force was enough to distort time and pull it towards Wei Su. The entire satellite was burning with brilliant fireworks. Looking from this angle, the brilliant sea of fire of Wei Su's starry corona had a huge sense of oppression. It was as if it was going to swallow them together with the huge planet. So beautiful. Qing Lei could not help but murmur. The light that was enough to blind almost all living beings was filtered by the order barrier, allowing her to easily see it without being hurt. She called this shocking and even terrifying scene beautiful. It inexplicably made Yun Nuashing a little happy and proud. She could not help but mutter, "This is a scene that ordinary people can't see. It exists in the starry sky. There are countless such scenes in the entire starry sky. They burn alone in the deep and dark starry sky. No one can see them. You are a lucky one." Qing Lei stared blankly at this scene. She did not even have the time to speak. She watched the huge satellite of Wei Su in front of her distort in her sight. Its surface became unrecognizable. The scorching sunlight even changed the storm. Its shape had turned into an oval. The high-arched end was facing the sun, dragging a long trail of golden flames. It seemed that it would fall into the brilliant sea of fire at any time. The speed of movement of this planet and this continent is too strange. The little angel quietly floated to Yun Nuashing's side and whispered in his ear. Just now it was still sweeping across the starry sky at an extremely high speed. Then, when it came to this place, it suddenly slowed down. It feels like it was hurrying across the starry sky just to rush back to this place. Yun Nuashing casually replied. Then he asked, "Is there any reaction from the power of Divine Destroyer on that planet?" No, you can say that there is." Just as he shook his head, he was stunned. Then he helplessly sighed and said, "The power of Divine Destroyer on that planet has all quieted down. It had just quieted down. The moment the sun shone on it, it restrained all of its presence. Now, anyone who looks at it will only see a red storm. Even I can't feel the slightest bit of the power of Divine Destroyer." Yun Nuashing was stunned. "Restrained? What do you mean by restrained?" I don't know. Don't ask me. I also want to know. Anyway, this is how it is. It can't be helped whether you believe it or not. The little angel shook his head helplessly. The three of them stood side by side and looked at this gorgeous and extremely spectacular scene. Now, the satellite of Wei Su was moving very slowly. It was so slow that it was very deliberate. It was so slow that it was very strange. Just like what it said, it was as if it had deliberately rushed back from the starry sky. Like a timid child, it shrank in its cradle and shivered. Even if it would be devoured by the flames, it did not have a second choice. This shadow continent is very lucky. Originally, according to the speed of Wei Su and the continent's own speed, the shadow continent would be directly exposed to the sun. It would be in a position closer to the sun than Wei Su. But now, it has almost completely stopped. If the shadow continent rotates according to this trace, it will definitely not face the fatal sun directly. As the little angel spoke, it cast its gaze on the grayish-white land and then looked inside the black land. The sun shone its blazing light on its satellite. The latter received such a huge amount of sunlight that it almost ignited, turning into a second giant sun in the starry sky. It also spread a part of the heat and scattered it on the shadow land. The black land should have been an extremely solid land. At this moment, when the second star blocked the light, it also received a huge amount of light. The heat was enough to melt the dark land. This black land is probably going to melt, probably because of the black color. Yun Nuashing pointed to the black land in the distance, the side closest to the sun, and we happen to be in the grayish-white area behind it. It won't be too hot, and the land won't melt. Otherwise, this ancient city wouldn't have been preserved. Well, it's the light. I can't see anything. Qing Lei looked for a while and felt pain in her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and quickly squatted down. Yun Nuashing heard and couldn't help but shake his head. What else do you want to see? This is the place closest to Wei Su. It and you are the first discoverers of this place. After that, he couldn't help but tease. By the way, if you remember this scene and bring it back, it might attract the attention of others. If you want to show off, you have to find something more impressive, right? The little angel couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy was fooling her again. Not to mention the things here. Even if Qing Lei ran back and told them, would anyone believe her? Would anyone admit it? Probably not. Yun Nuashing suddenly paused and quickly narrowed his eyes. His eyes glinted with divine light as he looked towards the direction of the huge planet. That huge planet, filled with countless gases, had come here at an uncanny speed, sheltering the shadow continent with a strange angle and gravity. Now, the blazing light shone into the interior of the planet, and the long red and black light that stretched out represented the remnant sun devouring its own satellite. At that moment, the extreme storm suddenly changed. On the side of the planet facing them, the huge storm became much thinner, as if the storm was gradually stopping. However, if one looked closely, they would find that something was not right. The color at the edge of the storm was still abnormally thick and exaggerated. The wind was still blowing over the planet, and it was a vast storm that blew from the planet's core to its surface. At that moment, all of them were gathering towards the other side. The storm that had covered the entire planet was now gathering towards the side directly illuminated by the sun, becoming an even more exaggerated and terrifying storm that encompassed the entire hemisphere. If a storm of this scale were to be placed in the divine realm, it could probably destroy an entire large city in minutes. Of course, that was if the city's defensive circle was not activated. The storm on the planet's surface seemed to have melted completely. The melted liquid flowed in one direction, condensing and solidifying into an even bigger storm that resisted the sunlight from the other side. However, the layer of red and gold flames did not show any signs of weakening, as if a huge energy barrier had enveloped the entire planet. Under such circumstances, it did look like an energy barrier, and any normal person who came into contact with it would definitely die. Nonsense. If it were a normal person, they would have been burned into gas by the sun when the planet brought them here. Boom! A dull and restless sound came from the ground beneath their feet and traveled through their soles to every part of their body. Yun Nuoxing's body trembled slightly before stabilizing, and he still had the strength to reach out and support Qinglei, who was almost sent flying by the shock. What's wrong now? She looked around nervously and could not help but gulp, and her grip on Yun Nuoxing's arm tightened slightly. If you ask me, I can give you an answer. I just don't think you'll like it. Yun Nuoxing raised his head and let out a stiff ah. After a long while, he stretched out a finger and pointed at the ground beneath his feet. He smiled slightly and said, "The shadow continent under our feet seems to be falling into it." Qinglei glanced at the grayish-white ground, and then looked at the approaching satellite of Wei Su. She knew what he said was true. She forced a smile and suddenly fainted. Wei Su's satellite was very close to its home planet at this moment. Coupled with the layer of light that was attracted by the huge gravitational force, it could be said that the layer of light was Wei Su's star corona. The moment it fell into it, it would probably be killed by the temperature there. The modified version of the sun, the modified version means that it has been processed. It's not that there's anything extra. It was originally just a sun, but one day it suddenly exploded into countless pieces with a bang. The fragments and the energy were thrown into the starry sky, and all that was left was a very dense remnant. But this remnant used some unknown method to swallow the remnant of the previous sun, and became the remnant sun that we see now. The little angel said as she twirled her slender fingers, "I know about this. Why are you telling me about this?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. "I know that you know about it." It shook its head helplessly, stretched out a finger and pointed at his arms and said, "But this little girl doesn't know about it." Yun Nuoxing hurriedly lowered his head and saw that Qinglei had already fainted. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl was really amazing. In just one day, she had seen many things that were beyond the limit of her knowledge. If it were anyone else, they would have probably gone crazy when they landed on the shadow continent and found out where this place was. But she could still hold on until now, and only fainted. It had to be said that her spirit was really abnormally strong. Rumble, a roar came from the star field that was supposed to be silent. It was the sound of a riot that came from the shadow continent as it crushed the space. It was like a flagship of a fleet, using the sharp side as a charging horn. Under unreasonable acceleration, it rumbled and rushed toward the huge planet that was burned into an orange color, and the storm gradually subsided. The huge vibration made Yun Nuoxing and the little angel almost lose their balance. "It's simply messing around." Yun Nuoxing hurriedly sat down and couldn't help but say, with such a sudden and violent acceleration, if it were any other continent, it would have been smashed to pieces. The front, middle, and back parts would first be separated, then disintegrate and fall apart. "It looks like it's going to rush in." As soon as Yun Nuoxing's voice trailed off, the shadow continent dived toward Wei Su's satellite with an acceleration and speed that were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The tip of the shadow continent suddenly touched the layer of flames that had been absorbed. Suddenly, the entire shadow continent and the countless fragments around it were wrapped in a layer of flames of the same color. It was as if it had suddenly plunged into the sun. The dazzling light in all directions was dazzling, and if one looked at it for a long time, they would be blinded. At the same time, they were greeted by a heat wave that could burn the entire planet into a beautiful carboniferous object. Qinglei woke up in a daze. When she saw the orange-red scene in front of her and the huge sun slowly descending, she immediately knew where she had rushed into. Her head tilted, and she fainted again. Yun Nuoxing felt that the girl was really unconscious this time. This was actually good news. God knew why such a thing suddenly happened, but since it had happened, it was useless to pursue it. Adhering to the mentality of taking things as they came, Yun Nuoxing had long been mentally prepared. When he rushed into this damned Yongden realm, he was already mentally prepared to fight to the death with an army of 10 billion. Although when he rushed in, he saw an even more terrifying scene. In short, he had always been in a state of readiness. He had long been prepared to blow up something, or be blown up by something. Within a few minutes, the shadow continent had rushed into the atmosphere of the Vesuvius satellite. All that could be seen were red and orange hues. The storm had disappeared, and in its place was a solid land. "I've really seen a ghost this time." Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. With a calm smile on his face, he said, "A solidified land suddenly appeared on a planet full of strange gases and the power of divine destruction." "Are you kidding me?" The little angel glanced at him and shook her head helplessly. It was no wonder that he was so agitated. When they were so close, they had already taken a look at the strange satellite. Indeed, other than the storm and the gas mixed with the weak power of divine destruction, there was only a scorching liquid core in the center that was heated by the light of Wei Su. Then, when they rushed in, they saw a solidified land, as if a land created by storms and magma raging for countless years. That was a little too fake, but that was the truth. In fact, in their perception, the land was real and not an illusion. But if they were to look at the time a few dozen minutes ago, the situation inside the planet that they sensed could not be faked. So the truth could only be... Anyway, something must have gone wrong after this strange satellite rushed to Mother's side. Yun Nuoxing carried Qing Lei on his back and shrugged. "I'm used to this kind of thing. It's okay, it can't scare me." Even if that remnant sun called Wei Su suddenly exploded with a bang, I won't show the slightest bit of surprise. The little angel looked at him and suddenly sighed and shook her head helplessly. This person's mouth. Sooner or later, he would say something big. Chapter 1236. The orange-red land stretched as far as the eye could see. There were barren mountains everywhere, and the sky was a warm orange-red color. It was the light of death emitted by a remnant sun. It was still warm, repeating the passion of tens of thousands of years ago, or even hundreds of millions of years ago. The orange-red light dyed the land in this color. However, perhaps this land of death was originally this color, and the orange light was just an illusion. There was a violent storm in the sky, disturbing the atmosphere and connecting the heaven and earth. Even the earth was trembling. The wind that blew made the sky and earth blurry, constantly driving away the wandering travelers in the distance. However, they seemed to be completely unaware of this chase. Their footsteps were sometimes fast and sometimes slow. The blurry, hazy storm was also sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. It seemed that the storm did not dare to push too hard and had no choice but to maintain a subtle distance. "Big sister, although I don't quite understand, looking at your expression, you don't seem to be very happy?" A sweet voice with a little liveliness and a hint of caution sounded in his ears. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and looked. Qing Lei was looking at him carefully. She could not help but use more strength in her hand to grab his arm. After walking on this orange-red land for a long time, the storm continued to gather behind them. The wind blew in their faces, and they rolled and fought in some places. Her adventurer's outfit had long been stained with orange-red dust. Her face was also white and red. There was an unconcealable tiredness and weariness on her face, but she was still holding on. Her footsteps were already a little shaky. She had to hold on to his hand to continue walking. Yun Nuoxing had proposed to carry her on his back. Anyway, with his strength, carrying a person was no different from carrying a planet. Ah, of course. This did not mean that Qing Lei's weight was equivalent to a planet. Cough. Anyway, that was what it meant. They had been walking on this land of red soil and red sand for 2 days and 2 nights. At first, Qing Lei found that the wind storm could not catch up with them, so she relaxed a little. She took the time to talk to Yun Nuoxing about the interesting things in the past, about her travels on the continent with the big guy and exploring various places. When she told the stories, She did not forget to look at the surrounding environment with a vigilant look. Along the way, there was no exception to the orange-red wilderness. Occasionally, a mountain range would cross in front of her, but it was nothing special. It was just a habit of hers. Even if she had trained her physical strength by running, jumping, and crawling in some strange places all year round, she could not withstand such a long period of nonstop running and hurrying. The few times she rested were in the arms of the floating, luminous sister. It was not particularly long. She had been in a trance for a long time, but she still forced herself to be alert, as if nothing had happened. Yes, it had been 2 days and 2 nights. During this period, the satellite of Wei Su had left the orange-red sea of fire and entered deep into the galaxy. At that time, it would be more than 10 hours of night, and only a faint light shone on the orange-red land. The storm did not stop. If they did not stop, it would not stop either. In a short period of more than 10 hours, the satellite once again entered the Sea of Fire and continued to fall in the Sea of Fire. Yun Nuoxing looked at her tired face and stopped. He said, "I'm fine. There's nothing to be happy about anyway. Naturally, I can't smile. But you—" When Qing Lei heard him mention her, she could not help but shrink her neck. She then heard him continue, "You've been holding on for a whole day. Fan, how are you going to hold on? Why don't you take a rest first? Eat something and sleep before you continue. You've seen the storm. It has been gathering for 2 days and 2 nights, but it still hasn't blown up. Although it's not to scare people, but if you keep going like this, you'll fall before the wind blows." Qing Lei shook her head stubbornly. Her face was slightly pale. She felt uncomfortable when she stopped. I'm fine. I can still hold on for a while. Hee, big sister, you guys are the ones who haven't eaten for 2 days. I've eaten everything. What about you guys? There's only a little left, Yun Nuoxing really wanted to say. If I wasn't afraid of scaring you, I would have enough food in my dimension to feed an entire planet. Huff, huff. Qing Lei stopped to catch her breath. She waved her hand and said, "I'm fine. Let's keep going. Maybe we'll reach. Where is it?" She was just trying her best to hold on, just like him at a certain time. She was trying her best to hold on, but she would never fall. She could not fall. He turned his head and looked around. It was a barren land. The color of the land was always monotonous, making people think that it was the only thing in the world. There was no hope at all. The sky was either shrouded in darkness or covered in flames. Qing Lei was no longer afraid of the terrifying flames that could not affect her at all. She was almost numb. She moved her legs numbly and walked forward numbly. She did not know where she was going. She continued to walk forward after she finished speaking. Yun Nuoxing could not help but frown when he saw this. He quickened his pace and picked her up without any explanation. Then he carried her on his back and snorted softly, "That's enough. Why are you being so stubborn in front of me? Look at your face. You're going to faint soon. Why are you still holding on?" Qing Lei screamed in her heart. She could not even make a sound. She subconsciously lay on his back and held his shoulders with both hands. There was a faint panic in her eyes as she said, "Big sister, but that's enough. Just lie on my back obediently." Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and glared at her. "There are so many people in this world who want to be qualified but don't have it. You should be grateful to me for carrying you on my back once." Qing Lei couldn't help but laugh when she saw that he was pretending to be arrogant, but it was very unnatural. She removed her stubbornness and obediently laid on his back. She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered softly, "Big sister's body smells so good." Her breath was like orchids, causing his neck to itch and goosebumps to appear on his skin. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and sighed unhappily in his heart. This girl, he didn't know how this mortal's body was able to endure these 2 days and 2 nights that could be said to be completely dark. "Big sister, can we still go back?" "Yes, we will go back. I will bring you back." Yun Nuoxing nodded without thinking. In fact, he had approached that continent twice in these 2 days. He could have directly sent this little girl back. He did not know if he was afraid of scaring the little girl or for some other reason, but he did not do so. There were soft murmurs in her ears. She was talking to herself, and the soft murmurs contained some longing. She still had some thoughts about that world, some regrets, some unfinished business, and some family members that she missed. Perhaps this was the reason that supported her to continue walking down this path. After a few whispers, the little girl finally fainted. Her arms around his neck drooped down weakly. Yun Nuashing stopped to take a look. Seeing her long hair hanging on his shoulder, he could not help but sigh softly. What do you think this girl is persisting for? Who knows? The luminous big sister, whose feet were off the ground, floated over from the side. She stretched out her slender hand and stroked Qing Lei's long hair. She said, "There is probably something that she cannot give up. There is something that she has to do, personally, to keep her going. Just like you." Me. Yun Nuashing was stunned. It turned its head. Its deep golden eyes were shining with an inexplicable light. He did not understand it for a moment. Ever since it became one of his people, it had been imitating their appearance in his memory. Its behavior was 80% similar. Occasionally, he would mistakenly think that it was a little girl who had slipped to his side. At this moment, it was the first time he saw it with another expression. He actually could not understand it. He was also in a daze for a moment. Then he realized what it meant and could not help but laugh bitterly. He had been reincarnated for dozens of eras. It was as if he had been wandering in the gaps of the void, wandering on the edge of life. He continued to go on without stopping. Until now, he did not know what this life, these countless eras, was all for. He shook his head and did not say anything. He just carried Qing Lei on his back and continued to walk forward. The little angel looked at his back and could not help but murmur, "So, what are you persisting for?" It shook its head and followed him. He probably did not know the answer himself. The red soil covered the sky, and the storm in the distance never stopped. They walked between the heaven and earth without any signs of life. They walked forward aimlessly without any thoughts. They just repeated the action of lifting their feet and putting their feet down. They did not think about anything. This was a test of patience. Yun Nuashing and the others did not know why it wanted to do this. However, before they saw it, they could only do as it wanted. They did not care about anything else and could not care about anything else. The light in the sky dimmed a little, and the layer of orange flames faded away. Yun Nuashing and the little angel both stopped and looked up at this scene. A crack appeared in the layer of flame corona from the middle and then retreated to both sides. It was as if a giant ball was drilling out of a huge ocean. The water flowed in all directions from its top. "It's dark." Yun Nuashing sighed softly. This was the signal that the satellite was far away from the remnant sun. The sky was about to turn dark. He had already seen it twice. There was nothing to be surprised about. The little angel also watched for a while. It unconsciously flapped its white wings. The two of them stopped for a while and were about to continue their long journey. However, the sky suddenly changed. The fiery light came back. The sky was getting brighter and brighter at a speed visible to the naked eye. The orange color was getting darker and darker, gradually turning into dark red and then into gold. Yun Nuashing and the little angel paused for a moment, then turned their heads with their eyes wide open. They saw that the storm that was chasing them on the horizon had suddenly disappeared, as if the sky had suddenly become clear. At the limit of their vision, they could still see the grayish-white and black giant towers, which were not very far away. It was as if they had only been walking on the spot for the past 2 or 3 days and had not walked far away. It was also as if they had just woken up from a dream, and then they saw a giant golden sun rising from the horizon with a rumble. The giant golden sun was releasing an incomparably warm light. The golden light seemed to want to melt the planet and swallow Yun Nuashing and the others. However, if it was just light and a star, it would not cause any harm to them. Even if they fell into the sun, it would just be like soaking in a hot spring. However, The scene before they fell into the water was extremely shocking and brilliant. What's going to happen this time? The little angel walked behind Yun Nuashing and wrapped her wings in front of him. This was a vigilant movement. The world did not play by the rules again. Although this was only the case for the past 2 or 3 days, it probably meant that something was going to happen again. The sun that was supposed to set suddenly appeared in front of them. To be more precise, the satellite suddenly turned in a circle and exposed the side that was not illuminated by the sun. Their buttocks were burning with pain. Well, that was what it meant. Ask me. Yun Nuashing blew out a breath of air in front of him. His divine power expanded in front of him along with the elements of nirvana, forming a circular energy barrier that was 1,000 feet wide, enveloping the entire land. Who am I supposed to ask? However, they could still see what was happening in front of them clearly. They were falling at this moment. Logically speaking, they should have floated up and fallen towards the wreckage of the sun as if they were falling from the sky. However, it was a very strange thing. No, since the world did not play by the rules, there was nothing strange about it. The satellite was falling towards the sun that was smaller than it was. In the end, no one knew whether it would swallow the wreckage or the wreckage would swallow it. Anyway, something is going to happen. I just don't know if it's a good thing or... Before Yun Nuashing could finish, the land suddenly trembled. Then, the entire satellite accelerated and fell downwards. The sight left Yun Nuashing and the little angel stunned. It was all too familiar. It happened when they stood on the shadow continent, and now it was happening again. While the two people were stunned, the satellite of Vesuvius was falling towards Vesuvius in a straight line at an unimaginable speed. It was like a person who had given up on struggling and plunged into magma. And just like that, they plunged in. The golden corona rapidly enlarged before their eyes. Yun Nuashing could feel the hot wind rushing towards them. Particles of light streaked past them. The light from countless years ago shone on him, causing him to squint slightly. In his line of sight, there was something wrong with the Vesuvius. Under the golden corona, there was a black hole faintly discernible. However, the layer of corona was very thick and was tainted with the power of the divine destroyer of the satellite. It was a little abnormal and difficult to see through. It was like an illusion at a glance. This state did not last long. They watched as the golden light in front of them became brighter and brighter. Finally, they felt as if they had entered water and passed through the star corona. In their minds, there was the sound of falling into water. What entered their eyes was not a golden ocean. There was nothing strange. There was only darkness. This is really beyond my expectations. The little angel could not help but exclaim. They could not see the golden border in front of them. However, they could see a circular layer of gold behind them. It was like a surging flame. It was the sun of Vesuvius. Yun Nuashing shrugged, indicating that he was used to it. After all, he had lived for a long time and had seen many things. Such bizarre things were nothing to him. He had seen many of them, although it was really magical. In front of them was an unknown darkness. It was as if they had rushed into the void. However, there was no smell of the void. It was not a land of nothingness either. It was just darkness, endless darkness. The shrinking golden circle behind them told them that they were going deeper into the darkness. He looked down and saw that the satellite of Vesuvius had disappeared. Only the 100 feet of land that was shrouded by his aura was left. Fortunately, there was still a place to stand. Yun Nuashing sat down cross-legged and placed Qing Lei on the ground beside him. He took out a soft pillow from his pendant and placed it on her. Then he started to wait in boredom. "Say, where do you think we'll go this time?" "Where?" It repeated and shook its head. "I don't know, but I hate this dark place. I thought you would feel a sense of familiarity." Yun Nuashing smiled and raised his eyebrows at it. "Isn't your world dark too?" "There's nothing." The little angel bent its knees and sat back to back with Hao Rin. It hugged its knees and said, "So I hate it. After I came out and saw the reality, I hated it even more. It's dark, empty, and there's nothing. I'm the only one in the whole world. Yun Nuashing patted its head. You don't want to go back after seeing the prosperity of the reality? Yes. It admitted generously. It was probably the instinct of life to pursue beautiful things. Even a strange life like it was no exception. Yun Nuashing leaned back and stretched out his legs. He looked at the dark place in a daze. Gradually, he fell into a state of thinking about life again. He quickly woke up and casually found a topic to talk about. How long do you think it will take this time? There was no sound behind him. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. However, the back he leaned against was still warm. There was also a faint breathing sound, which meant that it was still here. It just didn't know why there was no sound. Maybe it was also in deep thought. Looking at the dark space, it seemed like it had returned to its hometown. It was rare for a wanderer to come back. What was it thinking about? What are you thinking about? After a long time, Yun Nuashing finally couldn't help but speak again. This time, he reached out his hand and touched the pair of wings hanging by the side. This woke up the little angel, who was thinking about life. Ah, are you in a daze? Yun Nuashing heard the movement and asked again. Ah, he was stunned for a moment. He looked around and said, Can't you hear those sounds? Yun Nuashing was shocked. His whole body trembled. Why did it sound like a ghost story? Sounds? What sounds? In this space, in the middle of this darkness, there are many, many sounds. He stretched out his slender finger and pointed at the dark and empty space. He said, There are many, many mixed sounds. I see many things and hear many things. What sounds did you eavesdrop on this time? Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. I didn't hear anything. The little angel shook his head. I have such an ability. It's just that you don't like me listening to your thoughts. So I won't eavesdrop on your thoughts. It's just that you let me hear it when you're in my domain. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head, helplessly. Then what did you hear? Sounds, just sounds. He was a little dissatisfied with the answer. He shook his head and thought for a moment. Then he said, It's like sleep talking. Dream. Yun Nuashing chewed on the word carefully. He was also deep in thought. Originally, he thought that this world was very similar to a dream. It was like the things that happened in a dream. It was like a crowded but peaceful world. All these changes were too strange. Everything happened too deliberately. Therefore, he felt that this was like a dream, but it was also a real world. This was not their dream. It was someone else's dream. They were travelers who accidentally barged into its dream. As for what the owner of this dream was thinking and what he intended to do, now was the time to find out what it wanted to do. In a dream, there are times when one is awake. He suddenly murmured. The little angel had already woken up from the indulgence of eavesdropping. Naturally, he heard his voice. He turned his head in confusion. Think about what you have seen before. Think about what we have encountered. In the beginning, in that world, it was a very clear world. Everything was carefully arranged. There were hundreds of races, a big world, recorded history, and endless legends. These were all very carefully arranged. Then we went to the Shadow Continent and went to the side of Wei Su's broken sun. What we saw gradually went against the balance. The balanced world began to fall apart, and chaos began to appear. Then we have entered here. As he listened to him, his heart trembled. Suddenly he had a feeling. Do you think we are going deeper or deeper? I think it should be the shallow. But then there is no way to explain this dark and empty place. So we can only be going deeper. But the truth is not up to us. It is up to it. Yun Nuashing shrugged. They should be going from one place to another in the dream. Of course. This statement was based on the premise that his previous guess was correct. This is an invitation ticket, a ticket to a certain place. Oh, no, we have already boarded the ship. Yun Nuashing slowly stood up. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at the front of the dark space. He seemed to have seen something passing by. It seemed that he had noticed something. Perhaps it was a subconscious reaction that he had noticed something, or perhaps it was something else. Anyway, let's go. Chapter 1241. This answer did not exceed Yun Nuoxing's expectations. Ever since he knew that the altar of origin had crashed into the Yongdan realm and heard that the Yongdan realm had been abandoned, he felt that something was wrong with the overly beautiful world he encountered when he entered it. However, at that time he did not really think that the world had anything to do with the altar. It was not until he saw the carving on the Shadow Continent that he confirmed this point. Originally, he just thought that the world that was deliberately carved had some special purpose. He did not expect that it was a world used to store the altar. The specifications were really high, using an entire world to store one thing. I'm sorry to cause you some trouble. Although I'm guarding the altar, I don't have much combat power. The altar itself has no defensive power. I have no choice but to ask for your help. The little girl glanced at Yun Nuoxing and smiled slightly. That altar, what is it used for? Yun Nuoxing could not help but ask. He had been thinking about this thing for some time, but it was just pure curiosity. He was curious about the reason why the neurotic old ghost was so confident. He was curious about this thing that appeared in front of him in this era. As for what he coveted, he did not know what this thing that was floating in the void and void was. What could he covet? All this time, the only thing that drove him to look for this altar was his curiosity that could not be hidden in his heart. Other than that, he did not have any other thoughts. Of course, it was not entirely right to say that. He still held on to a glimmer of hope brought back from the distant future. After all, the old ghost's words had touched his heart a little. If this altar could really help him in some way, it was not impossible for him to fight for it. He did not know if this little sister who claimed to be the guardian of the altar was easy to talk to. What did she mean when she said, "It's not impossible for me to fight for it"? Altar. The little girl with long grayish-blue hair whispered softly and said, "The altar is just an altar. The important thing is the thing that is enshrined on the altar. That is the thing that I really protect." So what exactly is it? He waved his hand and urged slightly. The little girl looked at them deeply, but hesitated and frowned. "I don't know how to say it. This is the biggest secret of the birth of this world. I can't tell if you can know the secret." Huh. He opened his mouth and let out a strange cry. He had an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" Just as he was about to stand up and say something, Yun Nuoxing quickly pulled him back and shook her head. Only then did he slowly sit down and look at the person sitting opposite him with a strange gaze. In fact, he didn't know whether that person was human or not. The little girl shook her head and said, "Please do not be agitated. The object consecrated on the altar is not what you think it is, wandering the void to find someone or something. In truth, the object of consecration exists only because it exists. This world is the one created by the altar. It is used to store the altar and its offerings. It wanders in the void and wanders in the land of nothingness. Its essence is that it does not wish for too many lives to come into contact with it. It is not what you think it is looking for. What if something accidentally comes in like us, like that big guy just now?" He pointed outside with his finger and said. The little girl looked at them expressionlessly. A drop of sweat seeped out of her forehead and her eyes were stiff. Yun Nuoxing looked at the little girl, who looked very calm on the surface, but was panicking on the inside. For some reason, she wanted to laugh, especially when she saw the little girl turn her eyes away after a few seconds. She couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. "Hey, don't ignore us," Hui said in a low voice with a bitter smile. Yun Nuoxing patted him on the shoulder and looked at the little girl, who was clearly panicking, with a faint smile. He laughed softly and said, "If that's the case, the object that the altar enshrines is related to the creation of the world. In your consciousness world, you once said that the altar of origins came from the creation of the world, or even before that. That was a world created by the consciousness of this world. It definitely has something to do with you. The period that the lower consciousness world refers to, can you change it to Yun Nuashing twirled her finger and suddenly laughed in a low voice with echoes. The creation of the world at the beginning of the Deyuan realm, the little girl was sweating all over. She kept wiping the sweat off her face with her sleeves and didn't dare to look at them. She was a little girl who lived on the edge of the world of order and the world of non-order. She didn't have any intersection with any space or some kind of consciousness existence. Although she might have lived for a long time, she was far less experienced than Yun Nuashing and the others. A few words and some details were enough for them to see a lot of things. You just said that you can't tell, right? Hui crossed his legs and put his hands on his knees. He lowered his head and let his short bangs hang down. The gloomy smile on his face made him look like a living villain. Then, what is your judgment mechanism, Miss Guardian of the Altar? Well, the little girl showed a bitter smile on her face. She looked a little uneasy and a little embarrassed. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Actually, I've seen you before." Ah! The little girl was stunned. She shook her head without thinking. "I've never seen you before. Since the birth of this world, you and that chaotic life form are the first batch of life forms to visit this place. The altar is wandering on the edge of the world. It has also sensed the vision of some life forms that stopped here for a very short period of time. It was just a glimpse. No life has really come close to it. It's that glimpse that left some legends in our world. The mysterious altar wandering in the void, or something like that." Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "Oh, right. When I said that I've seen you before, I meant that I've seen that altar. In the void, I had a glimpse. I also saw the thing that was enshrined on the top of the altar. It looked like this." He quickly drew out a long and thin thing with his hands. His movements were very fast and blurry. It was the thing that Yuan she had speculated to be placed on the 2 wooden sticks. The thing that the nightmare had jokingly called bread. To be exact, it was actually the dead man who saw it. He just saw what he saw. Seeing that his gestures were really similar, the little girl was shocked. Her face was full of sweat. The shape of his gestures was really similar to that thing. "You really saw it. You saw it so clearly. A glimpse, you know. That long thing, what is it?" Yun Nuashing smiled. The little angel could not help but roll her eyes. That was obviously someone else's memory, but she would not say it now. We thought about it and associated it with the fact that this guy would either lie still and sleep or go out for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Suddenly his doubts were cleared. God knows when he had seen it. Anyway, this old friend of his should be telling the truth. He should have seen that thing at some point. The little girl looked at him, a little confused. Suddenly she let out a long sigh, shook her head, and said, "Actually, I don't know what is enshrined on the altar." Yun Nuashing opened his mouth, and his jaw almost hit the floor. He really wanted to say, "Are you kidding me?" but he also wanted to see if she was joking. Unfortunately, this guy who lived on the edge of the world and the void did not seem to know how to lie, except for being a little silly. No one should have taught her how to lie. This made him a little confused. The guardian of the altar did not know what it was that it was protecting. This was a little funny. The altar was a little uneasy. It was thinking, trying to come up with a conclusion, trying to guide the world, but it was very rigid and slow. We wandered in nothingness, wandering in the gaps of time. The movement of time is completely different from yours. Before it could come up with a conclusion, the non-sentient fellow had invaded this world. Perhaps because of its lack of sentience, we could not sense it and could not react. It had already barged in like a pure destroyer, causing destruction in this empty world that only had starlight. It even wanted to use its energy to erode this world. But in the end, it did not succeed as I used the power of this world to resist it. But before it was destroyed not long ago, it did not give up on devouring this world. This world was also badly damaged and may have to stand guard here for a long time, perhaps. Perhaps. She was deep in thought, weighing something, but she quickly changed the topic. Although we are wandering in the edge of this world, we know this void very well. Why did I not know that this void gave birth to this strange life? It can't even be called life. This energy is from a certain, well, the person who created it said before that it is a certain kind of energy extracted from a very powerful life form, known as the sacred spirit. By the way, the sacred spirit here is not an ordinary sacred spirit. It may be a primeval heavenly deity. That kind of distorted energy that destroys the balance is called the abyssal death mist for the time being. It has wiped out the entire lower plane, and half of the middle plane has fallen. Now, all the lives in the upper plane and the surviving middle plane have joined forces to fight against it. You can say that the entire world of order is fighting to save itself. Yun Nuashing did not have time to tell Hui about this. At this moment, Huey's face was also filled with horror. The abyssal death mist was an energy extracted from a powerful, primeval heavenly deity. It was terrifying no matter how he heard it. The little girl pondered for a moment and said, "You called that energy the power of divine destruction, and said that the energy in my body is the same kind. What's going on?" Yun Nuashing shrugged. "I didn't say that. It was the group who created the abyssal death mist." "Oh, that group is a race for the time being. They live in a place called the underworld. They said that it was the power of divine destruction, and the abyssal death mist is the mist of divine destruction. My power and your power are a little similar to the abyssal death mist, so we can consider it as a kind of divine destruction power. It was also because we found traces of the divine destruction power in that lower world that we thought that there was something wrong with that world. A strange creation born from the destruction of balance. However, it could not be punished by the correct rules. Its existence itself is wrong and chaotic, but it has been recognized by the rules of the void. It is not a wrong product born from a loophole." The little girl murmured. Then she looked up and sighed. "Since the passing of the heavenly gods of origin, this void has really become a lot stranger." Yun Nuashing and Hui could not help but sit up straight when they heard those words. Their faces were solemn. The former could not help but ask, "You know the heavenly gods of origin and the others?" "Not really." She smiled and shook her head. "We just looked at each other from an extremely far distance in the void. The gods who represent the rules of this void, the guardians of this void, are so powerful and have such distinct characteristics. I can recognize them even if they don't say it." Hui hurriedly said, "You said that this void has changed a lot after they passed away. What was this void like when the heavenly gods of origin and the others were still around?" "Well," the little girl looked a little conflicted. She furrowed her beautiful brows. "I can't really say. It's just that there are some changes in the dark. Some things that can't be seen or touched are slowly changing. That time, the storm of divine destruction and the void shock disturbed this void. Many things have changed." Yun Nuashing and Huey's expression changed slightly. The void shock was probably the void shock 11 years ago. After that shock, the entire void changed, becoming a little strange and uncoordinated. The great samsara of this era, the void shock, was not an unfathomable secret. About 5% of the people knew about it, which meant that only a portion of the heavenly gods knew about it. Logically speaking, those who lived in this void should not be able to sense anything wrong with the void. Otherwise, they would not be able to live in the same environment. Logically speaking, the heavenly gods would not be able to sense anything wrong with the void. However, the heavenly gods were an exception. This was especially true for the heavenly god of origin, who had transcended the constraints and could sense the void's problems more clearly. He could directly face the void's environment, which was the void shock. Therefore, the heavenly god of origin could sense that something was wrong. Undercurrents were surging and hidden injuries were everywhere. The two of them combined all these things and traced them back to the void shock 11 eras ago, which was the end of the 39th era. Near the 40th era, the heavenly god of origin was the cause of the void shock. Based on these signs, they speculated that the void shock had not truly ended. The power of the storm of divine destruction had not completely poured out. In other words, there would be another void shock in the future, and it would happen at the end of the 59th era. Yes, Yun Nuashing knew about the void shock at the end of the 59th era, but Hui didn't. He didn't know that his old friend came from the future, and didn't know that he already knew. He still retained his understanding of the result that he had speculated with Feng. In other words, the void shock could happen 5 or 6 eras later. It could happen in the future, and it could happen after a dozen eras. It was something that happened in the void on its own. It was caused by the changes in the void, and it was the result of the void's self-activity. That's right. The effects left behind by the storm of divine destruction were the result of the storm of divine destruction after the deaths of the first great heavenly God and the others. It was like a hidden injury in the human body, which would flare up from time to time and cause unbearable pain. To put it bluntly, the birth of the void shock and the great samsara were all caused by the first great heavenly God and the others' deaths. That storm of divine destruction took away a lot of things and changed a lot of things. Its effect on the void was to leave behind a scar that would never be healed. These are also part of the effects caused by their deaths. It's only a part that you can sense, but it's already a rather important part. Perhaps, for the world of order, this is the most important part. That impact from the void will return the entire void to a state of zero. Nothing happened, nothing was born. It might happen in the next tens of thousands of years, or it might happen after a few eras. It might even continue to brew and not happen. The little girl stood up and bowed to Yun Nuashing and the others. She said, "Follow me." Just now, the altar has already made its choice. After she finished speaking, she walked toward the passage that Yun Nuashing and the others had come from. The 3 people looked at each other and hurriedly followed her. They were also very curious about the meaning of making a choice. "Hey, what do you mean by making a choice?" We couldn't help but ask as he hurried after them. The little girl didn't even turn her head. She said indifferently, "This world has been severely damaged. It can no longer be hidden for a short period of time. Now the remaining shadow power in this world, the abyss death fog, is fading away like the ebbing tide. However, they have also destroyed a lot of things. It will no longer be safe to store that thing in this world. This world can no longer preserve that thing because of the loophole that appeared." Speaking of this, she turned her head and looked up at Yun Nuashing with her grayish-blue eyes. She said, "You who also possess the power of divine destruction, perhaps you can protect that thing well." Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. To put it bluntly, this box had become tattered. Now they had to use another box to protect it. No wonder she said, "It's not impossible at that time. However, little girl, you have to know that I died once 8 eras later. I may not be able to protect that thing for you. Now that the underworld is very rampant, who knows when it will die?" He wanted to say it, but he forced himself not to. If he said it out loud, it might really be a disaster. Even if it wasn't a disaster, it might just brush past the truth. He was indeed very interested in the thing that existed on the altar. After talking for so long, I still don't know where the altar is. Speaking of which, we clearly saw an altar smashed into that world. Why did we find another world here? We asked. The appearance of the altar is just the shell of this world. It was formed by the energy that leaked out from the altar itself. It doesn't have any special meaning. The little girl said softly, "As for the altar, its main body is right under our feet." Hui was stunned for a moment. At this moment, they were already outside. The dim blue star was burning fiercely under their feet. The tongues of fire were reaching up to touch them. At this moment, the dim big star was rolling over and over. The internal sea of fire seemed to be a little abnormal. Yun Nuashing noticed that the star was crazily shrinking. It shrank in circles as if it was about to collapse. It was like a huge liquid ball. After shrinking to a certain extent, it seemed to be pinched by a big hand from outer space, squeezing it into a big and small ball. Hui was worried that the liquid ball would be crushed. The sun seemed to be remodeled by someone on the spot. As it was compressed, it gradually changed into another appearance. It was the appearance of an altar. It was exactly the same as the altar that Yun Nuashing saw in the old ghost's memory. Even the corners were the same. It seemed that the old ghost's memory was not bad. He could still remember the details when he was about to enter the reincarnation road. It was a black altar decorated with faint purple patterns, just like the color of the void. There was only a long grayish-blue staircase leading from the bottom to the top of the altar. It was ancient and filled with vicissitudes of life, exuding a majestic aura. They could vaguely hear the ancient sounds of worship, as if countless creatures were worshipping here day and night. That sound penetrated through time, reaching their ears from the distant past. A special sense of reverence unconsciously welled up in their hearts. It's no different from what I saw. I thought that the real altar would be more peculiar, said Yun Nuashing. The little girl shook her head and said, There's no difference. The altar is the altar. The appearance of that world is the same as this one. Purple and black blended together, representing the color of the void. Apart from that, there's nothing else. She shook her head, waved her hand, and took the lead to rush down to the altar below. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other and followed closely behind. They secretly looked at the top of the altar. It was blurry. With their eyesight, they should be able to see everything clearly from this distance. However, there were things that they couldn't see clearly. It was probably some protective measure of the altar. No wonder the guardian of the altar was so shocked when he said that he had seen that thing. When they landed on the top of the altar, Yun Nuashing vaguely felt as if they had entered a layer of water membrane. He felt a slight chill in his body. He could feel the different nature of the space inside and outside. He suddenly had a feeling. Perhaps this was the place that was truly protected by this world. The three of them casually looked at this place. It was very spacious. After all, it was a star that had shrunk to half its size. There was nothing special about it. The only thing worth paying attention to was perhaps the only thing stored in this isolated space. The little girl was standing there, seemingly waiting for them to come over. Yun Nuashing and the others slowly walked to her side. However, they saw that the side of the little girl's face was a little sweaty. They couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at the place in front of them. There was a rectangular altar placed at the top of the altar. There was a wooden stick at the two furthest ends. There was a fork at the top of the wooden stick. A skewer of meat was placed at the top, and a fire was lit at the bottom. It looked like, they digressed. There should be something placed on the two wooden sticks. What's wrong? Aren't you going to take it out? Yun Nuashing asked casually. The little girl wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve. She raised her head and looked at Yun Nuashing with a frightened face. It's gone, huh? Hui Gui shouted. What did you say? She pointed at the wooden stick in front of her with a trembling hand and said, The thing that was enshrined on the altar. It's right there. But it's gone. Yun Nuashing and Hui Gui's expressions were so stiff that they seemed to have been frozen in the cold wind of the southern ice realm for hundreds of billions of years. Only the little angel could still smile. He clapped his hands while laughing. Wonderful, wonderful. Another wasted trip. Chapter 1242. The star field was empty, cold, and colorless. The altar, which was a mixture of purple and black, stood in the starry sky. It seemed to make a rumbling sound when it passed through the star field. It was ancient and grand. On the grand altar, the four people looked at each other. One of them had a holy smile on his face, as if he did not care about anything. The other two looked confused, and the last one was so anxious that his little face was covered in sweat. What's missing? What do you mean by missing? Yun Nuashing stretched out her finger and twirled a strand of long hair that was hanging down. She was so confused that she could not come back to her senses for a while. He looked at the small altar at the top of the altar next to him. There seemed to be something placed on the two wooden sticks. It was a long unknown object that Nightmare had jokingly called bread. The altar in front of him was the one that old ghost had told him about. He was sure that there was nothing wrong with it. "You're not playing with us, are you?" Huey's cheeks trembled. He looked at the little girl with grayish-blue hair with a slightly unfriendly expression. The guardian of the altar looked back at him, but she did not even have the strength to argue. She smiled bitterly and said, "I'm the guardian of this altar. I've been watching over this altar and this world for countless years. Just as you think, I've been watching over this altar and this world since the creation of the Yuan realm until today. It's gone. I'm even more anxious than you guys." "What exactly is that thing?" We saw that she did not seem to be pretending to be nervous, so he believed her words. He turned around and walked to the rectangular altar, squatted down, and used his hand to measure the gap between the two wooden sticks and the length of the unknown object. He said, "Bread." "Uffed!" Yun Nuashing and the little girl both spat out mouthfuls of saliva. He was now seriously suspecting whether Yuan she was Huey's reincarnation. Why were his words and expressions exactly the same? Seeing the altar guardian's face darken, Yun Nuashing hurriedly stood up and said, it's gone, cough, cough. Then what exactly was placed on the altar?" Hearing his serious question, the little girl's face looked slightly better. She did not answer immediately, but looked at the empty altar for a long time, so long that we could not help but think that she was going to commit suicide in front of them. She suddenly sighed helplessly. "Maybe it has disappeared a long time ago, but I just found it now." "Have you heard of the core of the primordial realm?" Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and shook their heads. This sounded like something related to the primordial realm. They had never heard of it before. It did not exist in the ancient records. At least in their memories, there was no news related to these 4 words at all. The core of the primordial realm sounds like it has something to do with the great primordial realm. Is it closely related to our 8 elements realm? Yun Nuashing murmured and shook his head. "I've never heard of it." "What's that thing for?" "The core of the primordial realm. The one I'm guarding is the core of the 8 primordial realm. It's like a small world. A planet has a small core of the realm, and a world-light cluster has a large core of the realm. The rules and everything that each world carries are in the core of the realm. It is the carrier of energy, connecting this world to the next level and constantly exchanging energy. The energy of the world-light cluster is connected to the void through the core of the world-light cluster and obtains infinite energy. The energy inside the world-light cluster will also be renewed, connecting with the world inside through the smaller core of the realm inside. I'm sure that with your level you already know all of this," she said softly. Yun Nuashing nodded. This did not involve any secrets. With their current position, they could easily understand it with a little research and investigation. However, at the mention of this, a terrifying thought rumbled in his mind, making him shudder involuntarily. "You're not going to say that this so-called core of the primordial realm is the source of all of this, are you?" The energy of the void was infinite. But where did the energy of the void come from? The answer was that it came from itself. The self-activity of the void gave birth to infinite energy, allowing the world that lived in the void to have inexhaustible energy. At the same time, because the energy of the void was infinite, this world also had countless opportunities. He once asked Hui a question that involved the self-activity of the void. What was the basis of its activity? Was there some judgment mechanism, some judgment condition, or some rule of the void silently operating in a place that they did not know? From a direct view, the void was too serious, day after day, and its relationship with time was rather vague and ambiguous. There was no time, no space. Among all the time that life gave, only the void remained unchanged, operating precisely day after day. Sometimes he could not help but think about that question, but he never had an answer. The void itself was the representation of nothingness. To be born from nothingness required a precise and miraculous occurrence. That miracle. All right, he was going a little too far. Now was not the time to talk about the origin of the void. He was just scared by those words. It's as you said. The little girl shrugged and nodded at Yun Nuashing, who was in a daze. When the great primordial realm was born, before the land of nothingness was filled and the void was filled, the core of the primordial realm had already appeared. There was the core of the primordial realm first, and then the 8 primordial realms were born. Hui crossed his arms and pondered. Then why is it called the core of the 8 primordial realms, and not the great primordial realm? Between the 2 primordial realms, there is a thick primordial realm barrier guarding it. You can see it as the core of the primordial realm's self-defense mechanism to prevent errors in the flow of energy and information between the 2 primordial realms. The little girl paused for a moment. She seemed to be avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. Then she turned the topic back. The great primordial realm. The great primordial realm now refers to the 8 primordial realms today. But when the world was created, only a piece of the void was born in the land of nothingness, a primordial realm. We all know that the great primordial realm later exploded for unknown reasons and became the great primordial realm today. The primordial realm is divided into 8 realms, right? Hui said. The little girl nodded and said faintly, corresponding to what you know, the core of the primordial realm in the beginning was destroyed for unknown reasons and divided into 8 parts. In other words, not long after the great primordial realm was born, the core of the primordial realm was like a star that was in the process of being constructed. Before it could create its own galaxy by seizing materials, it was blown into 8 parts. And today, 8 pieces of the void were born, which is the 8 primordial realms that you know. There were 8 cores of the primordial realm, which corresponded to the 8 pieces of the void. 8 primordial realms. They ruled the survival of the void. That was what it sounded like at first. But after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem right. Wait. The little angel heard something and couldn't help but ask. All the activities of the void, the birth, destruction, and decline of the void, are all the orders of the core of the primordial realm? Not so. The process of the void is not controlled by anything, but the result of the void's own activities. Just like an ordinary life, birth, aging, illness, and death, this law also applies to the void. It's just that this set of operating laws is difficult for the life that lives in the void to understand, and they can't understand how the void's activities are carried out. As for the core of the primordial realm, it had already completed its task long after they created the void. But it is still a shell that carries the information of the entire void. It was the very first origin that created the void. The void released all things, and after everything was released, all that was left was an empty shell. No, it wasn't an empty shell. It also carried the information of the entire void. It was the shadow of this void. Listening to what you said, if the void's activities are normal, nothing should happen. Then what if something abnormal happens? Hui raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile. The little girl looked at him and frowned thoughtfully. What do you mean? Disease. Yun Nuashing said, faintly, just like how living beings can fall sick, the void, no, for the void, that was a trauma. 11 eras ago, something happened in the void, causing something unknown to the void. That storm of divine destruction may have affected many, many things, and will continue to affect it. Hui and I speculate that there will be more void turbulence in the future. But as for when it will happen, we don't really know. Because of the fall of the heavenly god of origin, this void seems to be missing something, or perhaps because of their fall, something was destroyed. At this time, will the core of the primordial realm, which is only an empty shell, do something? Hui said, since it carries the information of the entire void, then it should be able to recreate a complete void. She thought for a moment and shook her head. I'm not sure about that either. I still don't know if the core of the primordial realm will do something, because something went wrong in the void. Logically speaking, the core of the primordial realm, which has carried out the original order, should not have any special effects. Their task has been completed, leaving only an empty shell that contains the information of the entire void. Even so, this shell still has some influence on the void, which is why I have to ask for your help. That big thing seems to know something. Since it broke into this world, it has been destroying, but not the kind of irrational destruction, but digging 3 feet into the ground. Yun Nuashing looked up and said faintly, as if it is looking for something, it even hibernated. If we did not appear, it would have dug a hole in this world sooner or later. Dig a hole, and then what? She could not help but ask. Yun Nuashing and Hui were both stunned. They looked at each other and fell into deep thought. The underworld, the god who mentioned the existence of the previous era, the underworld also survived the previous era. After surviving the turbulence of the void and the storm of divine destruction, they might know something. Assuming they know the existence of this core of the primordial realm. Now the topic of discussion was like nonsense, from east to west, from west to north, and back to east again. It was as if they had gone crazy, but the few of them were able to follow the topic logically and did not fall behind. Yun Nuashing looked solemn. Hey, are you sure that this core of the primordial realm is just a shell? Is it really useless? The little girl looked at him and showed a bitter smile, but shook her head gently. Didn't I say that even if it is the core of the primordial realm that has completed its mission, it still has some influence on the void? It does not have the function of reversing, so it will not take back the void that it has released and then reshape it. However, it is a carrier that has the information of the entire void, a conceptual existence. It should not be difficult to use it to do something to this void. Do something? Hui was stunned. He frowned and said, For example, changing the characteristics of a part of the void, or distorting the existence of the void, writing the rules of the void, part of the rules, and so on. The little girl tugged at her grayish-blue long hair. These are all very limited. If you ask me, those are not as effective as its immediate effect. The core of the primordial realm is the carrier of this void. It is an infinite container with infinite energy. If you add what I said just now, it is also a thing that can be used to change and distort something. Being able to write the rules of the void, even if it is only a part of it. Naturally, it can be used to do something big and small in all the rules under the void. Is this how the abyssal death mist was created? We suddenly felt a chill. Before this idea was confirmed, Yun Nuashing waved her hand. I just said that Qing-Chi said that the abyssal death mist, which is the mist of divine destruction, was extracted from the body of a primeval god who had lost consciousness. I think it has nothing to do with this. Judging from the scene and the way they communicated at that time, it should not be fake. There is no need for them to suddenly put on a show in front of an empty void, unless they are 2 actors. We thought for a while and felt that it was true. 2 guys walking together, suddenly putting on a show in front of the void. Other than going crazy, there was no other explanation. Looking at how busy the people of the underworld were now, especially 2 primeval gods, no one would have the time to suddenly put on a show in front of the void. My intuition tells me that they are looking for the core of the primordial realm, the little angel suddenly said. Yun Nuashing glanced at it and did not ignore its words. It was created by the abyssal death mist. In some ways, it was also one of the creations of the people of the underworld. Perhaps between the creations and the creator, there would occasionally be a telepathic connection or something. Moreover, his intuition told him that it was the same. Even if the people of the underworld were not looking for the core of the primordial realm, they could be doing something even stranger. And now, looking at it from another perspective, they were scraping across the void inch by inch, forming a huge encirclement that did not let anything escape. Wasn't it like fishing for fish? Except that they were not fishing for fish. The world of order. Yun Nuashing rubbed her bangs and said softly that Qing-Chi once said that the world of order. The people of the underworld, from his tone, seemed to hate the existence of the world of order. If this is true, they are stirring up the void and at the same time are looking for the core of the primordial realm. If this conjecture is true, are you saying that they want to rewrite the rules of the void and change the order of the void? Hui understood what he meant, but he could not help but shake his head and laugh. No matter what, it's impossible to rewrite the order of the void. Don't look at me like that. Won't it make me look stupid? What, you all think so? If that's the case… Indeed. The little girl nodded and said, I've said it before. I guard the world of the altar and wander in the void. It's like wandering in the gaps of the world, and I don't have any intersection with any world. I've also seen the abyssal death mist that you mentioned. When they gather together in large numbers, that world, that place, and that void will be subject to a malevolent distortion effect. The existence of the abyssal death mist. I've personally experienced the power of the abyssal death mist. Their existence is to distort everything. The power of that big guy has always affected this world from the depths. When I was mobilizing the energy of this world, I had to give up a part of the distorted energy. In the end, I destroyed part of the sky as if I was cutting off flesh just to get rid of the distorted part. A bunch of distorted life forms? Hui asked. Yun Nuashing thought about it and shook her head. That Qing Qi did not give me that feeling. I've seen how the power of divine destruction distorts a life form, and I know a little about it. At least, that primeval heavenly god still looked like a normal heavenly god. You've seen… Oh, those who are killed by your elements of destruction usually die a horrible death. Hui nodded and skipped the topic. Yun Nuashing and the little angel were speechless. That was clearly not what he meant. He wanted to say that in the future, Xianyue had been turned into something that was neither human nor ghost by the elements of chaos. What did he mean by witnessed? He had experienced it personally. That kind of chaotic and distorted life structure could be sensed the moment he released his aura. That Qing Qi did not have such a distorted feeling. Primeval, heavenly god. It's a pity that we haven't stepped into that realm. Otherwise, we might know something. Hui rubbed his forehead with a headache. But one thing is for sure. They should not belong to the world of order, and are at odds with the world of order. Feng, based on what you know now, what I said can be considered a conclusion, right? Yun Nuashing pinched a strand of hair. Theoretically, you can say that, then it's settled. Hui clapped his hands happily. What you saw was the primeval, heavenly god. People of that realm would definitely have a way to solve their own problems. This is not surprising. The power of divine destruction. The power of divine destruction. Oh, right, the world where the underworld is. Maybe it was because they messed with the abyssal death mist that the order and rules collapsed. So, they came out to look for the core of the primeval realm? The little girl glanced at him faintly. It's a far-fetched explanation, but it's a little reasonable. We can't completely deny it. The little angel pulled Yun Nuashing's sleeve, tiptoed, and whispered in his ear. In your memory, the underworld finally broke through the realm of the gods. I didn't see that part of the memory clearly. Do you know anything about it? Yun Nuashing's ears itched, and his face turned slightly red. He shook his head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, When I arrived as Quarter Moon, it was the 62nd era. There were no signs of the underworld people. History did not remember them, and no one remembered the Dark Age. The battle at the end of this era was as if they had never come. All traces of them disappeared with the great samsara at the end of this era. At first, I speculated that they must have some purpose for sweeping the entire void, but I still can't figure it out. But maybe Hui was right by accident. They are looking for the core of the primeval realm to change, or for some other purpose. He stammered twice, but shook his head, as if he did not agree with this point of view. However, he did not have a better way of saying it, so he fell silent for a while. Seeing that the few of them did not have a clue, Yun Nuashing helplessly scratched his head and spread his hands. Then here comes the question. Where did the core of the primeval realm go? The few of them were stunned. Ah, this is indeed a question. Where did the thing that had been left in this place for countless years go? Chapter 1243. The core of the primordial realm contained all the information about the birth of this void, as well as unlimited energy. Such a thing would be a sacred object that billions of lives would fight over in any world, a source of disaster. But there was a problem because no life of order knew about this thing. Even if the core of the primordial realm changed the void, changed the rules of the void, and did something to the void that already existed, no one knew about this thing. At present, it was inferred that the people of the underworld probably knew about the existence of this thing. Actually, this result was already very dangerous. After all, the power of the underworld now occupied most of the void. God knows if they would find something after digging 3 feet into the ground. I'm curious. Perhaps it was because the situation was a little tense. Huey's tone was a little hurried. It was mainly because the conjecture made him too uneasy. As the guardian of this altar, you don't even know when the thing it worships has disappeared. The little girl smiled bitterly as she pulled her long hair and shook her head. I have never summoned the altar. Of course, it's impossible for me to know when the core of the primordial realm disappeared. To put it bluntly, it's a dead object placed there. No other thing in this world has ever entered. Even if it wanted to enter, it would not be able to bypass my supervision and secretly take the core of the primordial realm away. That big guy stayed in this world and destroyed it for 100 million years, but it still couldn't. Thinking about how she had dealt with the situation for 100 million years, she was too embarrassed to continue. Her little face was slightly red, and she stammered for a while. In short, it's definitely not stolen. Could it have grown legs and run away on its own? He rolled his eyes. After eliminating all possibilities, there's only one possibility. The little girl smiled bitterly, but she had guarded this place for so many years. But she had no explanation now. Yun Nuashing glanced at the two arguing but said nothing. He frowned and thought about something else. In the history and the future, he knew the War of the Dark Age and the chaos caused by the underworld eventually affected the entire great primordial realm. With the combat power of the underworld, they had more than a dozen heavenly gods of the primordial realm, or even more. If they could deal with 8 primordial realms, they could naturally overturn the other primordial realms. But if it was not necessary, they should not have scattered their forces like that, nor would they do anything meaningless. The cores of the primordial realm. There are 8 of them, right? Yun Nuashing suddenly said, startling the little girl and Hui. She glanced at the former and nodded. Yes, since the original core of the primordial realm split, for unknown reasons, 8 cores of the primordial realms were born, and thus 8 primordial realms were born. The cores of the 8 primordial realms are the splits of the original core, and also the one with the highest composition. In that case, Yun Nuashing nodded and said faintly, it's easy for them to find the cores of the primordial realms in the lower realm. The atmosphere on the altar suddenly turned cold. Except for Yun Nuashing, the other 3 people all widened their eyes in horror. Yun Nuashing glanced at them and said faintly, that is the splits of the original core of the primordial realm. Every void is more or less connected to the 8 primordial realms. According to the shadow information, the 7 primordial realms and the 8 primordial realms are the most similar, all the way down to the 3 primordial realms and the 1 primordial realms. No matter how many changes there will still be some similarities with the 8 primordial realms. Then the information, rules, and everything contained in the cores of the primordial realms that released all these. It is estimated that it can also have a great impact on the void, even if it does not belong to the void that they released. The little girl's face turned pale. After getting this answer, Yun Nuashing could not help but let out a long sigh. It seems that we are going to be busy. We not only have to take care of the 8 primordial realms, but also the other primordial realms. But how can we have so much power to use? Hui laughed bitterly. He also instantly understood the relationship between the 2 realms. However, the underworld had the abyssal death mist, something that could endlessly devour energy and divide it into power. They were all living forces, and just dealing with the situation in the 8 primordial realms was already so troublesome. How could they have the strength to take care of the other primordial realms? When the origin heavenly gods' protection failed, the heavenly gods who crossed over to the lower realm were already strong enough to wipe out everything. In other words, if they really wanted to help defend the other primordial realms, they would have to divide more power to go to the other primordial realms. The first heavenly god's protection has failed. Yun Nuashing's expression changed. This was not completely unexpected. 11 eras ago, the origin heavenly gods had fallen, and the rules that protected the greater primordial realms had disappeared. But why did the first heavenly god's protection recover so many years later? At that time, when they crossed over to the 5 primordial realms, they could clearly feel the suppression. Only chaos and Ji Kuin could barely break free and not be restricted. All the origin heavenly gods have fallen, and there have been changes in the void. I've mentioned it before, but after all, there's not much communication between the 2 primordial realms, so no one noticed this. The little girl sighed and said, "Perhaps there are still people from the lower realm who came to the upper realm. But on the other hand, there are not that many. Now that the 8 primordial realms has caused this incident, not many people know about it, even after 11 eras." Well, there was silence again, and it was a dead silence. At this point, there was nothing special to say. No matter what nonsense they spouted, it was still the word war. Yun Nuashing looked at Hui, then at the little girl and sighed. Just as he was about to return home and have a good rest, Hui suddenly raised his head. His sparkling eyes contained some kind of determination that stunned him. The lower primordial realms. If it's really as you guessed that the underworld is collecting the so-called core of the primordial realms, then the lower primordial realms still have to be protected. It's just that we really can't muster that much power. Huey's eyes were like 2 torches, as if something was burning fiercely. Aha, that's right. Yun Nuashing nodded and looked at him with some confusion. If they can protect their own primordial realms. As for the problem of power, the entire 8 primordial realms is just the underworld, but there are endless worlds in the void. The timeline world, the worlds hidden in the void, as long as they are discovered, their existence will become substantial. Worlds are born from observation. This is a saying. In fact, they already exist there, but they haven't been discovered, so they are treated as if they don't exist. Yun Nuashing nodded, but still didn't understand why Hui brought this up. If they had the time to look for more worlds and seek more help from other worlds, it would be better to think about how to make good use of the power at hand, and leave the task of looking for new worlds to others. Hui glanced at him and was silent for a while. Then he said, "In fact, Feng, the pillar of creation, the realm of the gods, was created by the heavenly god of origins. You know this, but there's another point. The realm of the gods still contains part of the power they left behind. Do you know this?" Yun Nuashing nodded. Nonsense, how could he not know? He had already used it once, and even killed a heavenly god of the primordial beginning. The underworld has rubbed several timeline worlds together, creating a lot of void in the origin world. There are many worlds that have never been seen before, but they didn't merge those timeline worlds together. It's just like a few unrelated ropes condensing into a strand. The tributaries converge in the rivers and seas. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. He had some guesses. "Say it. I have a general idea of what you want to say, and I have a general idea of what I would say." Hui waved his hands a little excitedly. The pillar of creation, the origin pillar. It contains the power and divine authority of the heavenly god of origins and the others. Divinity. That's a trick. Yun Nuashing spread his hands. "That's right. I copied all of those with the authority granted to me by the realm of the gods. Then, with a boom, I set off the heavenly god of the primordial beginning like a firework. I made myself look like this while I was at it." Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Feng, I'm not talking about those. Perhaps you didn't sense those. Your understanding of the pillar of creation in the realm of the gods is not as deep as mine. You know that there are those energies inside, but you haven't touched them." Yun Nuashing nodded, pretending to be honest. Why would he study other people's energies when he had nothing better to do? That was the energy left behind by the heavenly god of origins and the others. It was something that they left behind, and it was unfathomable and unexplainable. After knowing that, he was too lazy to think about whether he could use that energy for anything. He was only forced to use it to set off fireworks, once not too long ago. We saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, and smiled even more bitterly. But the authority granted to us by the realm of the gods allows us to analyze and touch those energies. Yun Nuashing was stunned. You can understand those mixed messages? Like the noise when the void is destroyed and the meaningless noise when the world barrier is created in the instant when a world is born. Yes. Ah. Hui saw his confused expression and suddenly felt that he had guessed something wrong. He was also stunned. Have you also touched it, but you can't? Nonsense, I know everything about the realm of the gods, including those things. Do you really think that I don't know, or that I won't do anything? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. The key was that he couldn't do anything at all, so he could only copy the whole thing and set it off like a bomb. Cough, cough. Then why did you nod? Hui glared at him. If I didn't nod, would you have continued? Hui laughed dryly and quickly waved his hand. Cough, cough. Anyway, I can more or less understand those energies. Foam, you can only use them as pure energy, right? Yes. This time, Yun Nuashing really answered honestly. After all, he really couldn't do anything special with those energies. He could only blow them up. Hui pondered for a moment. Maybe it was because of some differences between the two divine positions. He wasn't very clear about the specifics. Anyway, he knew very well that he could make good use of that energy. Seeing that he suddenly became silent and seemed to be thinking about something, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but urge him. Tell me, why did you mention that energy? If I have a way to activate the origin, heavenly god's protection for the Deyuan realm, what do you think will happen? Hui suddenly laughed sinisterly. Yun Nuashing frowned. Now that the Deyuan realm had lost the protection of the origin heavenly god. In fact, that protection wasn't something that was too secret. It just suppressed the divine authority and divinity of the upper realm life forms that went to the lower realm. In other words, the life forms that went down from the upper realm wouldn't be much stronger than the life forms in the lower realm. This was the real effect of that protection. If it was genuine, even the heavenly gods would be suppressed when they went to the lower realm. Moreover, it wouldn't be like dozens of eras later when they could easily break free. Probably the life forms in the lower realm would have the power to defend themselves, Yun Nuashing said. Hui smiled and nodded. There was a touch of madness and eagerness on his face. His hands made an action like wrapping a rope, and then he tightened it with all his strength. If all the worlds in the timeline are pulled into the origin world, what do you think the situation will be like? That will cause the sea of time to collapse. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. The last sentence was as he expected. He had already guessed a little, but he didn't expect Hui to have such an idea. Unfortunately, it couldn't be done. It was like pulling a few stars that were separated by countless distances into the same orbit, but their mass and speed didn't change. In the end, they would only disappear with a few hurried and short collisions, and only the residue would be left. Yes, our power can't. Hui let out a relaxed smile. That's why I brought up that power. We can't do it safely, but others can. The power of the heavenly god of origin. The eyes of the little girl who had been listening silently lit up slightly. What a crazy idea. The power that belongs to the heavenly god of origin is used by other gods without permission. Do you know the consequences? The consequences, of course, there will be, but it won't necessarily be very dangerous. Hui smiled. Think of those energies as a magic circle, and we only need to use their power as a key, and use the key to drive the power that they left behind. Key. Yun Nuashing came back to his senses. To be called a key, it also has the power of the heavenly god of origin. It seems he saw Hui look at him, and he roughly understood. The core of the heavenly god of destruction's scepter. The energy of that core is now in an open state, and it's not impossible to borrow it and use it. Moreover, it also belongs to the heavenly god of origin, and it's most suitable to drive them. Yun Nuashing spread his hands and let out a long breath. Then what are you going to do? As you can see, we repeated the action just now. Timeline resonance. I want to wake up all the timeline worlds in the void, condense them into a force. Yun Nuashing rubbed his forehead with a headache. This idea is very dangerous, very crazy, and even he had never thought of it before. However, it was indeed a way they had already come to this point, and there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, there was no need to worry about those newborn forces. When the disaster comes, they will naturally rise up and fight back, although this move seems unkind, involving seemingly unrelated worlds and whatnot. Is this really okay? He could not help but frown his silver-white long eyebrows and muttered, "That's other worlds, right?" Yun Nuashing shook his head, his eyelids drooping slightly. The situation has already come to this point, so he can't care so much anymore. As I said before, this is a matter of the entire Yuan realm, since the underworld and the others have already involved the other timeline worlds. Why don't we involve more and make this empty void livelier? Anyway, if it's really as we think that they are looking for the core of the primordial realm, and if they really find it, they can change the void into whatever they want. The heavenly god of primordial beginning is in existence in the same realm as the heavenly god of origins. If it's them, they can indeed use the core of the primordial realm to do a lot of things. The little girl sighed and said, "I'm not too sure about your matters. I'll just go and find the core of the primordial realm and bring it back." Didn't you say that your world can't move now? Hui looked at her in shock. The little girl's body trembled, and she suddenly squatted on the ground dejectedly. Her face was lifeless, and looking at that dejected look, it seemed that there was really no way out. She was not lying. She was dejected for a while, and suddenly jumped up, her face full of anger. "Forget it. This world will just stay here. Anyway, it can't be moved for a while. Just hide here. I'll go out and find it myself." Yun Nuashing and Hui smiled bitterly. "Is this okay?" This little girl was also a person of her word. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved swiftly. With a wave of her hand, she threw Yun Nuashing and the others out and let the altar turn back into the dark blue star. Then she sealed this already devastated world and set up a dozen defenses in the void. Only then did she feel at ease and clapped her hands and said to the few people who were thrown out in confusion, "Okay, that's it." Yun Nuashing looked at the small dot in the void, which was so dim that it was almost invisible, fusing into the land of nothingness, and was covered by the void. Only then did she come back to her senses and looked at the chaotic space in front of her. They were thrown into the Yongdan realm, and this space was cut by Hui a few hours ago and thrown into the land of nothingness. Now, the energy from the void and the land of nothingness was swallowing this huge world. The abyss, death fog, and what not were probably dead when they were thrown into the land of nothingness. "Wait a minute," the little angel exclaimed, and quickly loosened her curled wings and put down Qinglei, who was still sleepy. "You forgot about her." The air suddenly became quiet for a while. The little girl stared blankly at the girl with long hair like fire and slapped her face. "You came out, but why did you bring a package?" Yun Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry at that time. Ahem, anyway, that's what happened. So what should we do? What can we do? The little girl sighed and rolled her eyes at him. She stretched out her hands and caught Qinglei. Then she took out the world that she had just hidden. She hugged Qinglei and went inside. After a while, she came out. "Did you bring it back?" Yun Nuashing asked. We went back, and cleared up some complicated things while we were at it." The little girl waved her hand and said helplessly, "Well, it's not something you should care about anyway. Is it really okay this time?" "I really hid it well this time, so I won't dig it out." It's okay. But you didn't forget this place, did you?" Yun Nuashing looked at her and said, "No, I won't." The little girl shook her head and said, "I'm a part of that world. No matter where I am, I can easily find it. I won't forget. Okay, that's it. I'm busy. You guys do your things. I'll go look for the core of the primordial realm. I know where you are. I won't forget the unique aura of that world. And I'll look for you when the time comes. She quickly left these words and disappeared. The speed at which she shuttled through the void made Yun Nuashing and the others' scalps tingle, as expected of a strange thing that had been wandering in the void for countless years. Once she moved in the void, they could not find any aura at all. The little angel stared blankly as she disappeared, and then turned to look at Yun Nuashing and the others. What about now? Are we really going to do that timeline resonance? Hui nodded with a million points of determination, and Yun Nuashing could only nod helplessly as well. We're forced by the situation, and there's no other way. Causing chaos in other people's worlds. I've only thought about such a bad idea before, but I've never really thought about doing it. But there's no other way. If the underworld's purpose is really as such and they really succeed, I don't need you to know the relationship between the two. Yun Nuashing covered her face with her hand. It's settled then. There's going to be a big movement this time, and I don't know if my body can still take it. Huey's expression froze. He had been talking for a long time, but he had forgotten about this matter. Even if he used the core of the divine destruction scepter to drive those energies, there would still need to be someone outside to help. Although he did not know why he could understand those energies, but Maple could not. This matter had huge implications, and to ensure that nothing went wrong, it was best for the two of them to deal with it together. It's okay. Yun Nuashing smiled at Hui, who looked a little worried and shook her head. There's no other way. Someone has to do these things. In the realm of the gods, there's no one more suitable than us. The second divine title of the realm of the gods, It's settled then. Let's go back and rest for a while, and then we'll deal with this matter. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and walked casually in the void as if she was taking a stroll. It seemed like a casual decision, but it was the real trigger for the war in the realm of the Great Yuan in the future. It was the situation that the two of them had personally pushed forward. It was just that one of them knew the meaning and the outcome, and even though he knew, he still chose to do it, while the other was gambling on everything. Hui looked at him and was a little stunned for a moment. He did not know why, but he kept feeling that this old man seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. When he turned and left, he looked like he had already known everything. Hui thought that he would see some hope when he proposed the timeline resonance. I'll bring him back first. The little angel waved her hand in front of Hui. Well, he's also tired. You should deal with the matters at the front line of the void first. It's very important, so I suggest that you handle it carefully. Handle it carefully? Hui was slightly stunned. Handle what carefully? He wanted to ask clearly, but the little angel had already caught up with Yun Nuashing. She hugged him and disappeared into the gap between the void and the land of nothingness. Hui could only laugh bitterly, turn around, and disappear. Wei Su's satellite shone weakly on the snowy plains below. The orange storm belt still existed on its body, blowing a never-ending hurricane. Suddenly, a small shadow floated over from the side, blocking the light above it. The light that shone on the continent was also covered with a layer of darkness, making the night even darker. She woke up in a daze and saw this scene. The dark clouds had disappeared at some point. This was the snowy plains. She remembered. Not long ago, she was still running on the snowy plains, surrounded by dead beasts. It seemed like she had been chased for a few days. She fainted from exhaustion. Even in her dreams, she kept running without stopping, as if she could never stop. The bone-piercing cold once made her think that she would die, but in the cold, she felt a very warm breath. That warmth was like the warm sun in winter, penetrating the ice and snow, allowing her to persevere in the snow. Her memory was a little blurry. Ching Lei! A loud shout sounded in the dark, snowy plains, shaking the ice and snow on the trees to fall, piling up at the roots of the trees. Ching Lei forced herself to wake up and dispel the tiredness. She opened her eyes, and her blurry vision gathered in front of her. Gradually, she could see a weak light shining on her face from the other side of the snowy plains. It was warm. Not long after, the big guy brought 6 people and ran over on the snowy plains, leaving a mess of tracks on the snowy plains. Ching Lei struggled for a while and found that her body had recovered some strength. She forced herself to sit up, but when she saw that her body and clothes were stained with orange, she was stunned. "Hey, big guy, you ran over here with such a big commotion. Aren't you afraid of startling the things hidden in the snow?" Ching Lei's pretty face was pale, and her eyes were dark, but she still had the strength to tease him, especially when she saw that he was about to cry. She couldn't help but giggle a few times. What followed was a few breathless coughs. The big guy widened his blood-red eyes and looked at Ching Lei from head to toe. When he found that she wasn't missing an arm or a leg, he relaxed and sat down on the ground. The trees beside him shook and shook off the snow on the trees. "After that avalanche and snowstorm, we looked for you for a full 3 days. The calm period has long passed, and even the outer area was covered with snow. We all thought that you went to the hinterland alone and couldn't come back." The big guy looked at her with some lingering fear. "Come back?" Ching Lei murmured in a daze. Her mind was in a mess. Snowstorm, avalanche. Yes, she almost couldn't come back. There were many times when she thought that she couldn't come back, but she kept feeling that something in her heart had become blurry. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but cry. The big guy was also stunned. He had never seen her cry before. "What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere?" Ching Lei shook her head, revealing an expression that looked like she was crying and laughing at the same time. I'm back. Big guy, I feel like I've forgotten something." The big guy was slightly stunned. He also frowned and nodded. He raised his head and looked at the satellite. "I also have this feeling. I can't remember it at all. It seems that something was wrong after discovering the lost ruins." The few followers behind them saw the 2 people's blank eyes and whispered to each other, "It's over, it's over. Big sister and boss wouldn't have been cursed by the lost ruins, right? I haven't heard that there would be that kind of thing in there. Do you think it was left behind by a wizard?" Don't talk!" The 2 of them looked at the sky together. The dark clouds that had shrouded the snowfield for thousands of years had miraculously disappeared. The moon hung high in the clear sky, but in Ching Lei's eyes, it seemed to be a little different. The orange Vesuvius satellite was the same color as the one on her sleeve. In the blurry memory, there seemed to be a very dim trace. It was so dim that she was about to forget everything, but she remembered that touch of warmth, even if she had forgotten what gave her strength. Chapter 1244. Originally, it would only take a short while to return to the god realm from the void of Yongden realm, but the half-crippled man insisted on wandering around the upper and middle plains. Unable to withstand his torment, it had no choice but to bring him around the void for a while. They even went to the front lines of the void. Seeing the unconcealable fatigue and exhaustion on the man's face, and his stubbornness to do something about it, there was nothing it could do about him. At first, when he wanted to cut ties and did not want to do anything, he did so cleanly. Now that he had taken on the responsibility, it did not know why he suddenly became so desperate. It had seen the ending through his memories, and logically speaking, it should be difficult to reverse it. Everything he was doing now was like going through the motions. Not long ago he had been so determined, so why was he suddenly fighting for it? Phew, you must think that I'm abnormal, as if I'm competing with myself, acting with myself, right? Like a psychopath? The 2 people stopped in a piece of land floating in the star field. It used its hand to touch his burning forehead and could not help but frown. Yun Nuashing saw its expression, but only smiled indifferently. He was indeed very, very uncomfortable now, so uncomfortable that he could almost die if he closed his eyes. The little angel frowned and glanced at him. "Who knows what you're thinking? I only know that you're like a candle in the wind now, and I'm afraid that you'll fall early if you keep holding on." His forehead was burning, just like a mortal who was sick. Hell, how could a god get sick? The divine power and divine soul in his body had long been disrupted, and it was just a manifestation. His body was now full of holes, and there was no telling how long he could hold on. If it were up to the little angel, it would be the same if he just returned to the divine realm to recuperate for a while. Why did he have to hold on now? Yun Nuashing shook her head, helplessly. It's not that simple. I can still hold on for a while. Once I return to the realm of the gods, I won't have the strength to think about anything else. For now, I still have to hold on. Ever since Yun Nuashing saw the destruction of the upper and middle planes, he felt that the so-called Void Seal was not very reliable. Or rather, it was not as reliable as he imagined. The enemy was an aberration that could exploit loopholes in every aspect to continuously strengthen itself, and for the death mist of the abyss, as long as there was energy, it could grow without limit. The void was limitless, and so were the worlds of the upper and middle planes. It was just that most of those worlds were hidden deep and undiscovered. At the moment, he was constantly searching for those worlds, expanding the range of the Void Seal and preventing the enemy from providing more matter and energy to the underworld. That said, there were some things that were impossible to guard against. The void was limitless, and there was no real defense. Oh, right. By expanding the range of the Void Seal, he might be able to accidentally find the lost core of the primordial realm. If possible, I actually want to find a way to delay the underworld as much as possible. Don't be fooled by their peaceful appearance. There must be a lot of things happening in the dark that we don't know about, just like what we saw the other day. If there's any way to force them to divert part of their attention to deal with it, it's a pity. Yun Nuashing sighed. Hindering the enemy was constantly expanding his own advantage. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Moreover, under the situation where there was a huge disparity in combat power, a little change in combat power was extremely important. Since he had no choice to intervene in this matter, he had to control everything that he could control to the best extent. He had to think of every possible way, regardless of the cost. After all, the enemy had a heavenly god in the realm of the primordial god. Yun Nuashing habitually reached out and touched the silver-white hair of the little angel. After a moment, he realized that the person in front of him was not her that he knew. He froze, but seeing that she did not have any other reaction, he relaxed and said faintly, "Once I return to the realm of the gods, the backlash from disappearing for so many days will probably come together. The stronger the backlash, the faster I will recover, but the weaker I will be. I don't know how long it will take for me to recover. Anyway, I'll try my best." Hui wants to perform a time-axis resonance. In the time that he's preparing, he needs to recover at least 1/3 of his divinity and divine, right? Before that, I have to try my best to arrange things in the void. Yun Nuashing smiled helplessly. Her pretty face was a little pale as she looked at the little angel. I might be a little weak in the future. Can I leave the rest to you? The little angel thought for a moment and shook her head seriously. No, I won't do anything for you. I don't know how to deal with it. At most, I'll just accompany you to do something. So, if you have something important to do it yourself. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook her head. That's true. Then I'll hold on for a little longer. At the moment, we was talking to a group of people in charge of the city in the void front line about something important. Many things were going to happen in the future. The time-axis resonance, the void would become extremely lively, and a bunch of worlds would appear out of thin air. Although he could not tell them all at once, he should at least remind them a little so that they would not be frightened by the sudden emergence of countless lives and worlds. Moreover, with his rotten good personality, he would feel that it was natural to tell others about it, probably. As for him, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly ran to other places in the void and got busy. There was no need to explain things to others, even if he did not want to. Those things could be left to Hui, who still had the energy to deal with it. The little angel watched as he dragged his exhausted body back and forth in the void, and a hint of concern and heartache flashed through her beautiful golden eyes. Looking at him like this, he really wouldn't do that in the midst of his grand undertaking. Cough, cough. Speaking of which, you left without saying goodbye to them, the little angel suddenly said. Yun Nuashing, who was already a little shaky, was stunned for a moment. After thinking carefully, she understood what the little angel was talking about. She could not help but smile bitterly. Ching Lei had been in a coma since she came out. When she was sent back, she was also very busy. There was no chance to say goodbye. Moreover, that world. Yes, that kind of peaceful world. Let's not disturb them. We probably won't have the chance to meet again in the future. Forget it, forget it. She sighed and waved her hand. Her voice gradually weakened, seeing that he was getting weaker and weaker, to the point where he needed the little angel to support him completely to pass through the void. The little angel was about to persuade him. However, Yun Nuashing seemed to know the little angel's bottom line. She stopped right before the little angel opened her mouth to persuade him. Let's go back. This is the only thing we can do now. The little angel accompanied him to rest in the void for a while. When he had more or less recovered some of his strength, she carried him and left the void in the middle plane. It did not take long for them to return to the realm of the gods. The little angel, who had disappeared for many days, followed him like a shadow. Moreover, it seemed to have added the interest of disappearing for many days. Just as the little angel stood firmly in the guardian temple, and before she could put Yun Nuashing down, she felt that his life force had weakened to an extremely low value. It was as if he had lost 10 lives in an instant. Even the little angel was shocked. At this moment, Yun Nuashing's body was like a star that was constantly leaking gas. The amount of energy that was leaking every minute and every second was enough to fill an entire city. The huge amount of energy that was leaking out was not coming in. It was a bit like the end of his life was approaching. The little angel hurriedly checked, but did not find any life-threatening situation. The current situation was more like the borrowed energy was slowly dissipating into the world. Other than that, there were no other shocking discoveries. The little angel could also feel that his body was recovering bit by bit. It might take a very long time, but there were always signs of recovery. It was only a matter of time before he fully recovered. Previously, the little angel had been worried that he would swallow just like that. The little angel felt that anyone who saw his exhausted state would have such a thought. It was not the little angel's fault. After placing Yun Nuashing in a comfortable place, the little angel also quieted down. She sat by the side and did nothing. She used her pair of eyes that were shining brightly in the night to look at the sleeping guy. She didn't say anything and didn't make any movements. She wanted to find something to do, but after coming to the world of order, she realized that there was nothing else to do other than walking around him. She followed him out from that place. It was like a vacation. She was also a little interested in the world of order, but she had already learned a lot about it a year ago. Now that she wasn't that curious anymore, she had nothing else to do. It was already 3 days later when Hui returned from the void battlefront. 2 thick, dark circles hung on his face. When he quietly opened the door, he startled the little angel, who had been in a daze for 3 days and 3 nights. By the way, the little angel's eyes that shone brightly in the night also startled him. Finally, it's clear. Hui shrugged at the little angel and gently closed the door. As he walked, he complained, building the void battlefront together used up the strength of many worlds that we now know. There are not many people left to deal with what happened later. Isn't this nonsense? If you don't want to contribute, just don't. There are so many reasons and so many things. If you want to slack off, just say so. The little angel blinked and pulled the blanket over Yun Nuashing. What's the result? Well, I didn't go into details. This is a meeting between the top worlds of the 8-element realm. It's a small meeting. I didn't talk about the big things in detail. If I talk about it in detail, it's easy to cause more chaos. After all, the void is boundless. It's not a big deal to have hundreds of billions or trillions of worlds all of a sudden. Well, I admit that it's still scary. When the time comes, the void will become very chaotic. Before that chaos is quelled, the newcomers can't be called the forces that fight against the underworld. So, I deliberately moved some of the forces of the top worlds from the upper planes. After 3 days of discussion, it's finally settled. Everyone should be managed according to the agreement and assigned to their own areas. Sigh, if only it went smoothly. Hui spread his hands and said helplessly, "Went smoothly?" The little angel sneered and shook her head, burying her pretty face between her bent knees. That fellow said, "Do you think anything will go smoothly? You're guiding thousands of worlds, countless timelines and worlds converging here. Even if the void is boundless and empty, it will become crowded because of this action. How much trouble would you have to deal with when the time comes?" Hui smiled bitterly. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, this action was quite risky, but it was a risk that they had to face. There were not many paths in front of them in the first place. It was good enough that they had a choice. What about the lower realm? Didn't they say that they might attack the lower realm? How are things over there? Hui shook his head. It hasn't been decided yet. The 3 realms at the top of the 8 elements realm can still send some people, but the proposal was rejected as soon as it was put forward. I vetoed it myself. Without our power, the situation in the 8 elements realm may be even more difficult. Therefore, it is probably possible that other realms will send gods to guard it. But now is not the time. Let me deal with the energy left in the pillar of creation. To be honest, when I used the energy for the first time, let alone Maple, even I was scared. The power of the first great god. Even if we are the second priesthood of the gods, we do have a little power. But to be honest, the gap between the peak of origin and the primeval, that kind of divine energy, that kind of divine power, is like a mortal using the power of a god with a mortal body. The consequences are unimaginable. The consequences are unimaginable. He waved his hand and looked at Yuan Nuashing, who was sleeping soundly without any abnormalities. He nodded. With his eyesight, it was not difficult for him to see that the latter's recovery was not bad. There was a wisp of her breath around him. In the past few days, she could only help him recover faster when she was free. How is he? Hui asked directly, even though he had only seen a little. Nothing serious. She pursed her red lips and hesitated for a moment before saying, "He did not come back immediately after we separated that day. He went to the front line of the void to expand the range of the void seal. He only came back when he could not stand it anymore. He was already in a state of exhaustion. He could not even recover on the first day. I helped him recuperate for some time before he returned to normal." Hui let out a long sigh and shook his head, helplessly. He looked a little annoyed, but he was not surprised. He knew Yuan Nuashing's kung fu of torturing herself very well. She seemed to be carefree and did not care about anything. However, when it came to some big matters like this, as long as she agreed to it, she would torment herself more than anyone else. This guy. Sigh, I can't do anything about it. I think he just listens to you. Thank you for taking care of him this time. Thank you in advance. Hui smiled faintly. Listens? The little angel could not help but smile bitterly. That little bit of obedience was probably because she was using this appearance. Ahem. Hui coughed dryly and winked at her. He said thoughtfully, "Right now the world is still considered peaceful. Chaos, large-scale chaos has not come yet. There is still a lot of time to settle down. Why don't you guys? Find a good time. I'll just tell you about you guys, right? He. His smile was as wretched as it could be. There was a hint of hope and a hint of relief. However, the little angel who had been listening to him did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could not help but smile bitterly. I don't have that kind of relationship with him. It's true. It's just a coincidence that we met at a coincidental place. It's also because we know some secrets. Secrets? Hui was curious. When he thought about it, he felt that there was nothing to be surprised about. Yun Nuashing was full of secrets. If he really wanted to find out, there would be no end to it. For example, he had just found out some time ago that Yun Nuashing was secretly doing things. He had never associated it with him. Yes, yes. The little angel nodded. She hugged her knees with both hands and shook her body. It's just a little secret. Hui looked at the smiling little angel and shook his head helplessly. He said, Forget it. I don't care about your business. Anyway, it's fine as long as everyone is fine. He was indeed a little worried. Now, this kind of peace, this kind of illusion of peace, how long could it last? Chapter 1245. Hui stayed quietly in the Guardian Temple for 3 days. It might not be right to say that it was quiet. He was busy from morning to night in the main hall, mainly because many people came to visit this place. Several people came, brought some information or other news, chattered for a while, and then left. Hui did not stay quiet for long. Another group of people came to visit, and judging from the aura on their bodies, they did not seem to be people from the realm of the gods. A day passed by in a hustle and bustle. It could feel that there were guests from more than 10 or 20 worlds. But among them, the people from the realm of the gods were the most. Among them, the young kami named I Ching came the most frequently, 3 times in the morning, afternoon, and night. As for what they said, it was not interested in listening. Anyway, there was only one trivial matter in the void at the moment, so it was more or less the same. It and Yun Nuashing stayed in the quietest side hall. It was quiet here, and it had to prick up its ears to hear the sounds coming from outside. It was bored, so it stayed in a daze for 3 days. Other than checking on the sleeping beauty on the bed every day, there was nothing else to do. Speaking of that guy's situation, the speed of his recovery was a little beyond its expectations slow. The self-recovery speed of a kami should be quite fast, and it should not take long for him to recover. No matter how serious the injury was, it should not take more than 10 days to recover. However, 6 days had passed, and he still maintained the same condition as 6 days ago. He was getting better little by little, but it was as if he had been injured out of thin air. If it was not for the fact that it could feel that the consciousness sleeping in this body was the consciousness that it knew, it would have thought that this guy had returned to that era. You are really worrisome. The little angel stretched out a slender finger and poked at his face. She raised her head to listen to the faint sounds coming from outside. Hui seemed to be arguing with someone. He was arguing with himself while arguing with the other group of people in the main hall. They were talking and sighing. She did not know what was going on. She had not heard such intense sounds in the past few days. She thought about it and shook her head slightly. She did not care about it. In short, these 3 days passed like this. After the 3rd day, Hui hurriedly went to see Yun Nuashing, who was sleeping, and then hurriedly left the realm of the gods. In fact, after he entrusted Yun Nuashing to her that day, well, at least verbally, he rarely came to see that sleeping girl. There were a few times when he passed by the door and seemed to want to enter, but he would laugh a few times in a strange voice and then slip away slowly, constantly muttering about the wedding. You are really worrisome. Thinking of this, it could not help but mutter. Regardless of whether it was the current era or the ancient times, the people around him seemed to be unable to avoid nagging him on this topic. After sitting in bed for 7 days out of boredom, the little angel finally could not help but sneak out of the side hall. Before she sneaked out, she made sure that Yun Nuashing was still the same. There was no special improvement or deterioration in her condition. Only then did she feel relieved and sneak out. The Guardian Temple was quiet. There was no sound at all. It was also very spacious. Other than the main hall and the side hall where Yun Nuashing was resting, there were 3 other side halls. Although they were big, they were empty. There was nothing inside. It was so quiet that it was as if no one had set foot in this place for hundreds of millions of years. The little angel floated around 1 or 2 inches above the ground with her bare feet. She walked along the long corridor and saw the sun outside through the transparent wall. She could not help but squint. Really, It was another unusually peaceful day. The void was too quiet. It was so quiet that nothing would happen. Nothing wanted to happen. I always feel that it is a little quiet. The little angel sighed softly. It was still quiet here, but she did not know what was going on outside. Outside the range of the void seal. She did not know what was going on in the void. The underworld's search for new worlds should not have slowed down. She did not know how many worlds had fallen. They were still constantly strengthening their strength. On the other hand, the world of order seemed to have corresponding countermeasures and arrangements. The growth of strength, if there was such a thing, it should be pathetically slow. The strength of the world of order did not increase in an unreasonable way like the abyss of death mist. Unable to find anything to do, he was in a daze in the main hall for 4 hours. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. He raised his head, hesitated for a moment, and let his figure dissipate into a ball of dim light that spread throughout the main hall. As soon as he finished this action, the door of the main hall was pushed open. It was the young god of heaven. He hurriedly walked to the table where he usually sat and murmured something. Then he looked up at the row of huge bookcases at the back for a while. After about 10 minutes, he took down an ancient book from the bookcase and opened it while murmuring. She was a little curious and went over to take a look. The ancient book recorded some things about the realm of the gods. Many things mentioned that era that had passed away. She did not see it too clearly. I Ching flipped to the very end of the ancient book and stopped as if he had found something. He could not help but murmur, "Time crystal. Void burial. Yes, this is it. I have to hurry and tell the Guardian that this problem needs to be solved before the time axis resonates. The order has to be changed first. I have to hurry before they act recklessly." I Ching came and left quickly. He even took the ancient book with him. We probably asked him to come back to do something. The little angel thought for a moment and decided to ignore it. Light gathered and her body appeared again. She just stood still and decided to find some books to pass the time in the long row of bookshelves. Just as she was thinking about what to look for, this body seemed to have a heart. Her heart palpitated for a moment, and the heart seemed to shrink. She looked outside, and her body quickly dissipated. Boom! Like a thunderclap, a huge black energy beam came out of nowhere and pierced through the sky and the earth. It hit the Guardian Temple right below. The vast energy spread out far and wide, dyeing the sky as dark as night. The terrifying energy shockwave overturned a layer of the earth. Looking at the source of the energy beam, one could only see a huge amount of energy being generated out of thin air. It turned into an indescribable destructive energy that fell on the earth and turned everything within 100 billion miles into ashes. Mountains and rivers were razed to the ground. If one were to look down from above the Pantheon realm, it would be as if a meteor had crashed into the earth, tearing the earth into pieces and sending them flying in all directions. Even the westernmost part of the Pantheon realm was partially shattered by this attack, and some of the fragments were even rushing towards the star field at an extremely high speed. It was like a black pillar falling from the sky and smashing the earth into pieces. This scene of destruction was seen by everyone in the god realm in an instant. The flash of energy attracted everyone's attention in an instant. Thinking of that direction, many people's eyes widened. They recognized that it was the Guardian Temple. This sure-kill attack fused together countless chaotic energies, the destructive echoes of the world's destruction, and many strange energies. The chaotic energies formed a chaotic zone in the sky. Countless strange phenomena occurred. It was as if one could see the endless destruction of the world at a glance. The shockwave of energy that shook heaven and earth lasted for a full 5 minutes before dissipating. The energy storm caused by the shockwave raged for a while longer before slowly subsiding. At this moment, there was only a large hole left in the ground. This was a huge hole in the far west of the divine realm. From here, one could see the starry sky. As for the Guardian Temple, it was now occupied by countless strange and distorted energy phenomena. The sky was still reverberating with a dull rumbling of energy, but it was strangely quiet. There was no one coming to investigate the situation, nor did anyone come to take a look at this place. In the distance, in a hidden valley far away from the gap in the god realm, a ball of light gradually condensed in the air. Not long after, two figures emerged from it. The little angel opened her eyes vigilantly and saw a towering cliff in front of her. They were on the cliff, on the other side of the cliff. Seeing that there were no abnormal phenomena around them, the little angel relaxed a little. She quickly sat down with the sleeping beauty in her arms. Gazing at the dusty pit in the distance, the little angel thought about the destructive power of the destructive energy just now. A drop of sweat appeared on her forehead. Fortunately, she had moved this guy out at the last moment. If he had stayed in that place, there might not even be a trace of him left. An extremely weak Empyrean god of origin, even if he had the power of divine destruction, would not have been able to survive a sneak attack of that level. However, it did not expect that the energy, it did not sense it at all. Although it had been a little bored and relaxed these days, logically speaking, the void where the realm of the gods was located should be under the protection of that guy. Well, it was because it knew this that it had relaxed a lot. However, it was completely certain that a few minutes before the attack appeared, it was still looking at the void out of boredom, but did not see anything. However, a few minutes later, they were suddenly attacked, and the energy was definitely not released in an instant. It must have been gathered for a long time before the attack was launched. Looking at the black energy on her arm, she frowned. It was a very strange energy that surrounded her arm. If she sensed it carefully, she could feel that there were multiple types of energy fused together. It was a mixed energy, and it was unusually chaotic. The destructive power it contained was perhaps not inferior to the divine destruction power of the Altar Guardian. It was slightly weaker than the abyssal death mist and the elements of annihilation, and it did not have the sense of destroying balance and order like the divine destruction power. Aggrieved, very aggrieved. She had been attacked for no reason, and her good mood, which she had maintained for several days, suddenly worsened. But now, apart from feeling aggrieved, she was also confused. Even if she wanted to vent her anger, she could not. Glancing at Yun Nuashing, who was still sleeping peacefully in her arms, she could only sigh and shake her head helplessly. Now, she had to deal with this idiot first. Aggrieved, that's right, they were both aggrieved. This mood was pressed on two people across the god realm. However, one was aggrieved because her good mood was disturbed, and the other was aggrieved because she was full of anger. She was even more aggrieved when she saw the energy flying around in front of her eyes. Enemies are constantly emerging from the depths of the god realm. The arrangement of the time nodes is being disrupted. Lord Hui, behind you, enemy attack. A certain heavenly origin god from the Pantheon realm loudly reminded the people in this void. Of course. It wasn't just the people from the Pantheon realm. There were also many people from other realms. They were all people who had come along with this operation, and there were quite a lot of them. This was why this chaotic and soul-stirring scene was created. Hui had a headache as he used his shield to kill an unlucky heavenly god who was close to his back. The huge energy barrier in front of him was splashing water constantly. The enemies hidden in the god realm and manifested in the god realm poured millions of energy firepower on this area of less than 10,000 feet, burying it. Behind the energy barrier were many experts who had come along with this operation. Of course, most of them were from the god realm and the ancient imperial world. Only the people from these two realms fully understood Lord Huey's actions and plans. The rest of them had I don't know what you're talking about, but it's so awesome look on their faces, and they expressed their approval of the purpose of the plan. Well, you couldn't say that because the people who were doing nothing were also doing their best to fight. To make a long story short, in short, he was preparing for the time axis resonance. In order to prevent this part of the god realm from being squeezed into one place by the many chaotic time axis worlds and causing the sea of time to collapse, he had to make a series of preparations. He had to set up a series of time nodes in the God realm and connect those nodes into a huge net to withstand the pressure of the sea of time. Well, it sounded simple, but it was a little more complicated to do. He needed a lot of help. This was what he had been busy with for the past few days after he left in a hurry that day. At first, it went quite smoothly, but for some reason, today it was like this. Rumble. Bang. In the deep and dark God realm, extremely bright flashes of light tore the God realm into huge rifts. A black sea of people emerged from those rifts in the God realm, as if there were countless enemies hiding under the God realm. As soon as the rifts were opened, one could see swathes of things. Then, with an extremely clear target, they launched a torrential attack of energy at the energy barrier that was only tens of thousands of feet wide. The energy that burst out in an instant made Huey's heart tremble. Of course, it was because of anger. It was the kind of anger one would feel when one was on vacation by the sea, and suddenly a huge tsunami rose from the ground and rushed toward you. Lord Hui, please maintain the time nodes first. We will come to your aid after we have dealt with these guys. A certain Empyrean god of origin of the ancient royal family roared in front of the barrier. The Empyrean god of origin's energy and divine right were fully unleashed. Waves of violent energy swept across the god realm, wiping out the powerful and somewhat strange, yet also strangely fragile enemies. However, no matter how much energy he poured out, he could not catch up with the speed of the enemy's support. Hui had a toothache. His good mood disappeared as if he had fallen into a cesspool. The battle had been going on for quite some time. At first, he was still fighting and others were maintaining the time nodes. Later, he found that these enemies who had the energy of Empyrean gods or Empyrean gods of origin were not as tough as he had imagined. However, their numbers were unusually large. Without thinking, they swapped Hui to the side of the time nodes and rushed forward to kill the enemies. Therefore, Hui was now standing still like a wooden stake. It was not that he was completely motionless. In just a few seconds, he had once again killed an enemy in front of him with a shield. The guardian sword was still stuck in the void beside him, but it was probably not needed. The enemy's only goal seemed to be to interfere with the formation of the time nodes. For this reason, they did not hesitate to rush over like moths to a flame. They wanted to kill them even if they had to. At this time, Hui began to miss the weapon of mass destruction by his side. These guys were as fragile as paper and could be torn apart easily. It was just that their numbers and strength were a little ridiculous. At this time, if Maple was here, a large-scale void disturbance would probably wipe out all the enemies. Wei, as a guardian, did not have such powerful combat strength. Oh no, why did it not have such large-scale destructive power? He thought carefully and felt that the guardian did not need to have such powerful destructive power. Anyway, he was now a little anxious and irritable. Unfortunately, he was trapped in this place, standing next to a ball of time light that was 10 feet in size. He did not feel at ease to kill people before it formed. Boom! Boom! The brilliant, huge black energy beam, as if it had condensed the power of the void, poked a big crack in the void that led to the void. With a great force, it slammed into the energy barrier. Immediately, the entire void shook as if it was about to shatter. Ha! Hui stomped the huge shield in his hand on the ground. Golden energy streaked across the void like lightning. When it came into contact with the energy beam, it instantly disappeared with a poof, leaving a huge scar on the ground. Lord Hui, these enemies, bang. It's very similar to the abyssal death mist. Hui glanced at the person who spoke and shook his head. It's just that the characteristics are very similar. It doesn't have that kind of aura. It's probably a masterpiece made by some bored guy. Ha! We'll talk about it when the time comes. I just didn't expect that at this critical moment there would be someone who would want to do, well, these little tricks. Little tricks. Hui smiled bitterly. His deep eyes seemed to have seen through something, but he did not say it out loud. Chapter 1247. More enemies are coming in from the flank. Green Clan bastards. Hurry up and plug the hole. If the hole expands, we will all die here. Lord Hui, the situation on your side is like OF*CK. Lord Hui, the Green Clan's defense line can't hold on any longer. They're not good at fighting for a long time. I'm afraid they will be dragged. Bullsh*T. This monarch can use his eyes to glare at this kind of trash to death. I'll follow you. Even if there are twice as many enemies in the void, I don't need to use all my strength. The Green Clan's monarch was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. When he replied, he also destroyed a large wave of enemies outside. At Yennem, ancestor. Hui was speechless. He pulled out the Guardian's giant sword and swept it in front of him. The golden sword light was like the light of stars, shattering the void and tearing all the enemies who broke into the energy barrier. He waved his hand and pressed the huge shield on the time node with his other hand. He poured a large amount of time power into it and said lightly, "If you don't plug that hole for me, I will ask Maple to come over and block you." At the mention of that perverted, violent maniac, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. That strange Guardian's friend originally had an extremely violent tendency and was held in the greatest reverence by everyone, mixed with a little fear, especially after hearing that he had solved the eternal problem of Yongden Realm by himself. These two feelings rose to the extreme. At this time, when Hui mentioned it, it was very clear that the bodies of the gods within the barrier were trembling slightly. The figure of that person flashed across their hearts at the same time, and their faces immediately turned pale. Cough, cough. Focus on the battle. Focus on the battle. No distracting thoughts. No distracting thoughts. I will F*CK you up. Seeing that everyone who was cursing instantly stopped talking and began to adjust their states to fight peacefully, the broken hole was gradually blocked, and the enemies who infiltrated gradually decreased. Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. When he didn't know, Maple's fierce name had already spread to this place. Even people from other worlds obviously knew about it. He couldn't help but shake his head. The current situation was normal, neither good nor bad. The people outside didn't seem to really want to fight to the death with them. Otherwise, they would have sent some mid-level and high-level heavenly gods, and not these shadows that looked like they would be torn to shreds. Hui still felt a headache coming on. Until now, he still did not know who had sent these things. The only thing he could be sure of was that it was the people in the void battlefront. When they announced the plan to the outside world, they only announced it to stabilize the timeline to prevent the people from the underworld from taking advantage of the situation. The only people who truly understood the plan were those from the realm of the gods. As for the others who were listening in, whether they agreed or did not express their opinions, they all knew the status of their plan and actions. Therefore, it seemed that any side was possible. He had only heard from Yun Nuashing that some people in the void battlefront had impure motives. But he didn't expect that in this situation where the entire void was facing a great disaster, there would still be people who would have such disloyalty. At this moment, the civil war was consuming the power of the world of order. No matter how he looked at it, it was not a good thing. However, what if this was what they were thinking? What if the enemies who came out of nowhere were actually people who had colluded with the underworld? Then everything that happened today would be completely understandable. Yes, understandable. It was just that he was inexplicably angry. He didn't know why the people from the underworld would choose to stand on their side when they were hidden in the void all year round and never revealed themselves. What they encountered in the void was an ambush, a battle that had been arranged long ago. They only emerged halfway through the activation of the time node. At the beginning, they were indeed caught off guard. Even though everyone was the best of the best, and after the initial few minutes of fluster, they began to fight seriously, they were still at a disadvantage. They were forced to stay here and guard this time node that was about to take shape. The other party had a large number of people and were not afraid of death. They didn't seem like real life. Beating them up was no different from punching cotton, but cotton that had been filled with ice cubes. It was soft on the outside but hard on the inside, and they couldn't ignore it. Gradually, they fell into a disadvantageous position. After the first sneak attack worked and successfully slowed down the speed of the entire team, the number of enemies kept increasing. It was no wonder that some of them said that it was like fighting the abyss of death fog. That old and hard piece of sticky candy was difficult to kill no matter how hard they fought. At first, they only found a small army and a piece of abyss of death fog. When they really started fighting, they found that the void around them was filled with those strange manifestations. The current situation was indeed very similar. Lord Qing, the defense line over there is going to crack again. Damn it, the place we are defending is being targeted. The anxious voice of the Green Clan's Grand Monarch came. That anxious tone told everyone that he really wanted to curse right now. But because the Guardian was still here and he was reminded, he didn't dare to curse again. His original idea was to occupy the energy barrier and then he would kill his way out. Who knew that now? For hours had already passed and he was still suppressed inside the barrier and beaten up. During these 4 hours, he didn't dare to relax at all, fearing that if he wasn't careful, the strange enemies that were abnormally strong but also abnormally weak would tear their barrier apart again. Just now, another hole had been opened. Even with his high level of origin realm, he was beginning to feel a little tired dealing with it. People of the Green Clan, withdraw and guard the time node. Save your strength. We can't lose anyone in this place. He waved his hand and said, decisively. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that in this circle of barriers, the Green Clan strength was exhausted the fastest. Now that there was no loss in battle, they had to maintain this momentum. But Lord Hui waved his hand and interrupted the words of the Green Clan's Grand Monarch. He said seriously, the strength needs to be maintained. You guard the node for me. I'll go and meet these strange guys. When the people of the Green Clan heard the serious tone, they all gritted their teeth and nodded. After the people next to them took over the energy barrier, they suddenly retreated and guarded around the time node. Their cold eyes were on guard against anyone who dared to rush over. Hui flashed to the front of the barrier and waved his arm. That huge shield floated to the front of the barrier and slowly merged with it. An energy that was more than 10 times more powerful than the energy of all the people gathered together, crazily merged with the energy barrier. Light suddenly burst out, and this void seemed to have suddenly given birth to a bright sun, revealing the darkness without a doubt. The figures of those enemies were also clearly exposed in the line of sight, causing everyone who saw it to be stunned. It looked like it was formed from a mass of black fog. It had a human body with blurry facial features and a pair of blood-red eyes. Other than that, it was a humanoid figure formed from black fog. It really looked like a humanoid monster that had rushed out from the abyss of death. This can't really be the abyssal death fog, right? Hui narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No, Maple and I have known the abyssal death fog for many years. The enemies before us don't have the presence of madness and balance breaking aura. Even if they do, it's only a 10,000th of their appearance, Lord Hui. Seeing that, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Everyone was puzzled. It's probably an old friend who came up with something like this. Hui let out a long sigh. His words caused the expressions of countless people to change drastically. Do you remember Wu Hao of the Absolute Beginning Divine Court in the realm of the gods? He also studied the abyssal death fog and came up with some results. It's just that he didn't really use it. I think that the void has been in chaos for 10 eras. It's a long and almost eternal time. Even if there really is another person, another force, and they did something to the abyssal death fog and came up with something, it's not impossible, right? The people beside him carefully glanced at the barrier that had become unusually sturdy. No matter how many attacks it received, it didn't even ripple. They relaxed a little and asked in a small voice, "Do you think this nameless army in front of us is—" Hui frowned and shook his head. "It's hard to say. There are many people who have this ability. To be honest, even I can come up with something like this. Would you believe it?" Seeing that everyone's expressions had become a little nervous, he smiled helplessly. "Of course I wouldn't do something like that. It's just that we can't stop others from doing it. What a headache. Why would he do something like this? The ancient royal family clenched their teeth. The world of order is in trouble right now. It's fine if some people don't want to help us, but Hui waved his hand and smiled faintly. What if they don't want us to help them? For example, they might have already joined the opposing faction or something. That's pretty fun, isn't it? Everyone was horrified. If that was the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. The people of the underworld. I've seen them before. They call themselves non-beings of order. They were born in a world full of chaos and disorder. That is, in a world of chaos, they hate everything in the world of order. Then a big clan or a big force from the world of order joined them. It's a little ironic when you think about it. Traitor! The ancient royal family clenched their fists. Their eyes looked like they were about to spit out a sea of fire. They couldn't wait to tear that person or clan into pieces. One of the Empyrean gods who served the Temple of Guardians glanced at Hui. Suddenly he said, "Lord Hui, I feel that you've changed a little." Changed? Hui was stunned. He smiled. How so? In the past, you always told us about the beauty of this world and the positive side. But I've never heard you talk about this. His expression changed a few times. He didn't know what expression he should put on. It was a little inappropriate to talk about his own commander on the battlefield. About that. Hui scratched his cheek with a hollow smile and said, I was severely taught a lesson by phone. There's no other way. I can only change it a little. What's more, the war is about to break out at any moment. How can I still have the mood to hang on to the beauty of positivity? In my opinion, the biggest hope, the biggest wish, is to be able to open my eyes tomorrow and look at this void, this starry sky. When I get some rest, I'll find a girl to live a simple life with, drink with my old friends, brag, and enjoy the scenery, alas. Sigh. Everyone was stunned when they saw the vicissitudes of life on his face. A moment later, they solemnly bowed to him. Live, yes. No one knew when the gods would fall on this vast and endless battlefield. The Empyrean gods. They had spent 1 lifetime, 2 lifetimes, and countless lifetimes to climb to this point. Wasn't it all to live and protect the things they wanted to protect? We saw that everyone's expressions were no longer listless. They seemed to be much more energetic. He smiled and stretched out his hand. 5. Everyone was stunned. They quickly pulled their minds back from the distance. 4, 3, 2, along with Huey's countdown, the brilliant barrier in front of them, like a star crown, suddenly flickered with light, as if its energy was about to be exhausted and extinguished at any time. Everyone was shocked and understood what he was counting down, and their divine power suddenly burst out. 1. Hui waved his hand, and the Guardian's shield flew back to his hand. The huge star-crown barrier disappeared, and the outside of the barrier became dim again. The rumbling sound of energy destruction resounded through the void. At this time, everyone had already rested for a while. The barrier was hit by millions of energy attacks and the fearless suicide attacks of the other party. It was so stable that there was not a single ripple. Then, for our common wish, Hui raised the Guardian's giant sword, and his palm slowly stroked the sword. He raised his eyebrows and pointed the giant sword outside the barrier with a flash. He roared, "Kill them all!" Like a god of war, the giant Guardian rushed out of the barrier. The giant Guardian's image was reflected in the void. It was like a giant that stood between heaven and earth. The giant's sword in its hand swept across, scattering the countless enemies in front of it like a horsetail whisk. The void suddenly became empty. Hurrah! Some people who were guarding inside the barrier also roared. They rushed into the void with his figure. Their divine power was stimulated to the extent of rioting. They poured an inextinguishable light toward the entire void. For a moment, everyone seemed to see thousands of gods descending to the earth. They were all fighting in the void. Every step they took destroyed a large part of the void. Beat you. Beat you. What are you worried about? The Green Clan's Grand Lord threw the glorious task of guarding the time node to his subordinates. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed out. He grabbed an unlucky enemy in front of him and bombarded him indiscriminately. His fists pierced through the void. Just the strength alone was enough to smash another part of the void into pieces. Moreover, he also smashed a hole that an enemy came out of. Visually, that part of the void could not be opened for a while. It was probably blocked by the tens of millions of troops behind. Hui glanced and felt that the Green Clan's combat strength was comparable to the combat strength of several people. Indeed, the explosive power and combat strength of the Green Clan were not to be underestimated. That's right, it would be better if they could fight a little longer. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. The dark enemies seemed to know that this fellow who was spitting and slapping others' faces on the battlefield was not to be trifled with. They all focused their firepower on him. Almost instantly, the Green Clan's Grand Lord's glabella turned black. Even his robes were torn apart. Even a high-tier heavenly god of origin would not fare much better after being hit by their concentrated firepower. Hui stabbed the Guardian's giant sword into the void, and a huge amount of divine power turned into a domain that spread out without limit, shrouding a large area of the void. The enemies that were approaching the barrier, like a tide, finally disappeared completely. He was stunned for a moment, and he quickly cupped his hands in salute to Hui. Lord Hui, this is not the way to go. The Green Clan's Grand Lord hurriedly pulled himself away from Hui. He watched as the latter pulled the great sword out of the void and waved it twice. A puff of black smoke came out of his mouth as he wiped his dark face with his dark sleeves. Only his eyes and bright teeth could be seen. They don't seem to want to kill us. They probably don't think they can kill us. But they are trying their best to stop us here. Cough, cough. Of course I know. Hui nodded expressionlessly and pointed his great sword forward. A divine great sword the size of an entire star pierced through the void and blocked the several gaps in the void that allowed the enemies to enter. Enough ants can kill an elephant. Phew, there's nothing we can do now. Maple is not here, and none of us know how to clean up such a large area of trash. Pointlessly spreading the energy doesn't seem to clean them up. Lord Hui, there is a tremendous energy reaction in the void to the right of the time node. The urgent warning caused Hui and the Green Clan's faces to twitch. The former's figure instantly disappeared before their eyes as the Guardian's shield flickered and melded into the barrier. It was also in that moment that a massive black energy beam shot out of the void like a dazzling river of stars. The energy beam exploded into halos and storms that sent the enemies and the heavenly gods of the divine realm flying. The star-crowned barrier took on this unparalleled destructive energy head-on. The divine and chaotic energies collided violently. If it was only at this level, the star-crowned barrier would definitely be able to withstand it. However, the latter's energy was fused with many strange auras. In an instant, even the divine energy was suppressed. This energy, I know, this is the remnant energy of the destruction of many worlds, as well as the power of the void, the power of the shattered void, and the energy of that place. Hui shuddered violently. That place, the big crack in the void, the place where the first great heavenly god had fallen, the place that was covered by the god-destroying storm. Someone was actually able to produce a trace of energy from there. Was this the work of the people of the underworld, or was it the work of those people who might have joined the enemy's camp? Seeing the horror on Huey's face, many people's faces also turned pale. Although they couldn't understand where the energy came from in such a short time, it was definitely not a simple matter that could make the Lord Guardian so terrified. Didn't you say that the other party didn't think of killing us? Look at this. What the hell is this? An original heavenly god of the divine realm jumped up and poured all his energy into the barrier. At the same time, he also shouted at the Green Clan's great lord. This. The Green Clan's great lord laughed dryly. This momentum seemed to be fatal. When the huge energy beam collided with the stark round barrier, a vast energy shock wave was released. The shock wave created layers of ripples on the barrier. The void within an unknown radius was shaken into a land of nothingness. The chaotic order and chaotic rules that no longer existed raised this level of destruction and disturbance by several levels. This part of the void might not be able to withstand the collision of these two energies. Insignificant maggots, after causing trouble in the divine realm, you came to this place to seek death. A cold voice that seemed to come from the underworld caused countless people to shiver, and the tide of darkness froze. In the void, a white figure slowly appeared. We couldn't help but widen his eyes. This guy recovered so quickly